What's up, guys? Welcome to Arise Harry. We've got something special today. What if Lily Potter's ghost appeared at Harry's sorting and exposed every lie Dumbledore ever told? Don't forget to like and subscribe. Let's dive in. Chapter 1, The Ghost in the Hall. The train lurched, and Harry Potter's forehead smacked against the rain-streaked window. You alright? Ron Weasley asked through a mouthful of cauldron cake, crumbs tumbling down his second-hand robes. Fine, Harry said, rubbing the spot just above his scar. He'd been doing that all day, pressing his fingers against it like he could feel something humming underneath the skin. It didn't hurt, exactly. It was more like the feeling before a storm, when the air gets tight and electric and you know something's about to break. Ron went back to explaining Quidditch, which apparently involved 14 balls and the very real possibility of death, and Harry let the words wash over him. Outside, the Scottish Highlands rolled by in darkening shades of green and grey, and Harry thought about how 24 hours ago he'd been locked in his cupboard with a spider named Geoffrey for company, and now he was hurtling north on a magical train with a pocketful of gold and a friend who talked with his mouth full. Life was strange. My brother Charlie once caught a snitch in his mouth, Ron was saying. Mum nearly murdered him. Said he could have choked, but Charlie said it tasted like. The compartment door slid open. A round-faced boy with watery eyes stood there clutching a toad like it was the last lifeboat off a sinking ship. Sorry, the boy said. I keep losing Trevor. I mean, not losing him. He keeps escaping. There's a difference. Is there? Ron asked. I think so. The boy didn't sound sure. I'm Neville. Neville Longbottom. Ron Weasley. And that's Harry Potter. Neville's eyes went wide. He looked at Harry's forehead, then at Harry's face, then at the toad in his hands as if checking whether Trevor was also impressed. Oh, Neville said. Right. Sorry. You don't have to apologize for me existing, Harry said. Neville laughed, a short, surprised sound, like he hadn't expected to. And then a bushy-haired girl appeared behind him and said, Has anyone seen a toad? A boy named Neville's lost one, and when Neville raised his hand weakly, she said, Oh. You're Neville. Well, that's efficient. Her name was Hermione Granger, and within 4 minutes she'd told them everything she'd memorized from 6 textbooks, corrected Ron's wand grip, and informed Harry that he was in several books. I know, Harry said. Bit weird, that. I suppose it would be, she said, with the tone of someone who wouldn't mind being in several books herself. She left. Neville stayed, squeezing into the seat next to Ron, and Trevor made a break for it under the door, and Neville sighed with the resignation of a boy who'd been losing things his whole life. Harry pressed his fingers to his scar again. The humming was getting louder. The castle appeared through the rain like something out of a fever dream. Towers and turrets and lit windows reflected in the black lake below. Harry stood in a boat with Ron, Neville, and a girl named Lavender who kept saying, Oh my God, every 3 seconds, and he stared up at Hogwarts and felt something crack open in his chest. It looked like the kind of place where you could belong. The boats bumped against the underground dock, and a giant door opened, and Professor McGonagal stood at the top of a staircase looking exactly like the kind of woman who had never tolerated nonsense in her life and wasn't about to start. Welcome to Hogwarts, she said. In a few moments, you will pass through these doors and be sorted into your houses. They are Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin. While you are here, your house will be like your family. Harry felt a strange pang at that word. Family. As if he'd know what to do with one. McGonagal's eyes swept across the crowd of first-years and landed on Harry. Something flickered in her expression, something quick and complicated, and then it was gone, replaced by professional severity. Form a line, she said. Follow me. The great hall was enormous. 4 long tables stretched the length of the room, packed with students. Candles floated overhead by the hundreds, and the ceiling, Hermione was whispering that it was enchanted to look like the sky outside, showed rolling storm clouds split by the occasional flash of distant lightning. At the far end, A raised platform held the staff table, and in the center sat a very old man with a very long beard and half-moon spectacles that caught the candlelight. Albus Dumbledore. Harry had seen the man's face on chocolate frog cards. He looked kind. Grandfatherly, even. His eyes twinkled as he surveyed the incoming students, and he gave a small nod that seemed to encompass all of them at once, a benediction and a welcome. Beside Dumbledore sat a hook-nosed man dressed entirely in black, who looked like he'd been sucking on a lemon for roughly a decade. On Dumbledore's other side, a man in a purple turban was twitching and muttering and generally looking like he wished he were anywhere else. McGonagal placed a three-legged stool at the front of the hall and set an ancient, patched, utterly decrepit hat on top of it. The hat sang a song. Harry didn't really hear it. The humming in his skull had become a buzzing, like a wasp trapped in a jar, and the edges of his vision were doing something funny, going bright, then dark, then bright again, pulsing in time with his heartbeat. Ron nudged him. "You look green, mate." "I'm fine." "You keep saying that." "Because I keep being fine." Ron looked unconvinced but didn't push it. The sorting began. Abbott, Hannah, became a Hufflepuff. Bones, Susan, also Hufflepuff. Granger, Hermione, practically ran to the stool and jammed the hat on her head before McGonagall had finished her name, and after a long moment, the hat shouted, "Gryffindor," and she bounced off the stool looking like she'd just been told Christmas was coming early. Longbottom, Neville, approached the stool like a man approaching the gallows. The hat sat on his head for nearly a full minute, the longest yet, and Neville's face cycled through about 15 emotions before the hat finally bellowed, "Gryffindor." And Neville was so relieved he walked away still wearing it and had to jog back to return it while the hall laughed. Malfoy, Draco, barely had the hat touch his head before it screamed, "Slytherin," and the pale boy walked to his table with the satisfied strut of someone who'd never been surprised by anything in his life. Names and names and names. The list wound on. Harry's stomach was doing something acrobatic, and the buzzing in his scar had spread down his neck and into his shoulders and, Potter, Harry. The hall went silent. Not gradually, instantly. As if someone had pressed a mute button on the entire room. Then the whispers erupted. Potter? The Potter? Did she say Harry Potter? Look, there, the scar, can you see it? Harry walked forward. His legs felt strange, like they belonged to someone else and he was just borrowing them for the evening. The stool looked very far away, and then it was right in front of him, and he turned and sat and the last thing he saw before the hat dropped over his eyes was Dumbledore leaning forward slightly, those twinkling eyes fixed on him with an intensity that didn't match the casual smile. Then darkness. The brim of the hat fell past his eyebrows, and the great hall disappeared. "Well, well, well," said a small voice in his ear. "Harry Potter. I've been waiting for this one." Harry gripped the edges of the stool. "Difficult," the hat murmured. "Very difficult. Plenty of courage, I see. Not a bad mind either. There's talent, oh yes, and a thirst to prove yourself. But where to put you? Not Slytherin," Harry thought. Not Slytherin. Not Slytherin, eh? Are you sure? You could be great, you know. It's all here, in your head, and Slytherin would help you on the way to greatness, not Slytherin. Please. The hat paused. And then, very softly, interesting. The buzzing in Harry's scar exploded. It was like someone had driven a white-hot nail through his forehead. Harry gasped, or tried to, but no sound came out. The pain was everywhere, blinding and total, and then it was gone, replaced by something else entirely. Warmth. A wave of it, rolling up from somewhere deep in his chest, flooding his veins, filling him from the inside out until he was sure he was glowing. The hat made a sound Harry had never heard a hat make. It was a sound of shock. "What?" the hat started. "This magic, this is old. This is," light erupted from under the hat's brim. Not candlelight or wand light or any kind of light that belonged in a castle. This was golden and fierce and alive, and it poured out of Harry like water breaking through a dam, spilling across the floor of the great hall, rushing up the walls, filling the enchanted ceiling until the storm clouds burned away and the whole room blazed like midday. Harry tore the hat off his head. The light was coming from him, from his scar, from his skin, from everywhere, and he stumbled off the stool and fell to his knees on the stone floor, and the warmth in his chest was building and building and building toward something. The candles went out. Every single one, all at once. The great hall plunged into darkness lit only by the golden light pouring off an 11-year-old boy on his knees. And then she was there. She formed from the light itself, first an outline, then a shape, then a woman. She was tall and slender, with dark red hair that moved as if caught in a wind no one else could feel. Her eyes were green. Harry knew those eyes. He saw them every morning in the mirror, and every night when he closed his own. The woman looked down at Harry, and her face did something that broke every heart in the room. She smiled, and the smile was full of so much love and so much grief that several students at the Hufflepuff table started crying without knowing why. "Harry," said Lily Potter. "Oh, my boy. Look at you." The silence in the great hall was absolute. Not the excited silence of before, this was the silence of 400 people who had forgotten how to breathe. Harry stared up at his mother's ghost. His mouth was open but nothing was coming out. His hands were shaking. His whole body was shaking. "Mum," he whispered. Lily knelt, or seemed to kneel, her form was translucent, shimmering, more light than substance, and reached toward his face. Her fingers passed through his cheek, and where they touched, the golden light pulsed warmer. "I don't have long," she said. Her voice echoed strangely, as if it were coming from very far away and right beside him at the same time. "The magic that's held me here, the magic I put in you, it's burning through fast. I didn't plan this. I didn't even know it was possible. But when that hat touched you, it reached into you, and it found me, and," she stopped. Pressed her shimmering lips together. "I have so much to tell you and not enough time and I refuse to waste a single second of it." Lily stood and turned to face the staff table. Dumbledore had risen from his chair. His face was pale, genuinely pale, the twinkle completely gone from his eyes, replaced by something that might have been fear or might have been awe or might have been both. "Lily," he said quietly. "Sit down, Albus." The words landed like a slap. Dumbledore didn't sit. But he didn't speak again, either. "Harry." Lily's ghost turned back to her son. The golden light was still radiating off them both, casting long shadows across the hall. "I need you to listen to me. I need everyone to listen to me, because what I'm about to say has been buried for 10 years and I will not let it stay buried one more night." McGonagal stood from her chair so fast it scraped against stone. "Lily? How is this?" "Hello, Minerva," Lily said, and her voice softened for just a moment. "I'm sorry. I know this is frightening. But you need to hear this. You especially. Lily." Dumbledore's voice was calm now, controlled. He'd recovered fast. "Whatever this manifestation is, it is clearly a product of extraordinary magic, but we must be cautious. Lily turned on him, and the golden light flared so bright that the front 3 rows of students shielded their eyes. "You want to talk to me about caution? You, who took my son from his rightful guardians and placed him with people I specifically said should never raise him?" The silence shattered. The hall erupted in whispers, gasps, chairs scraping, students turning to each other with wide eyes. At the Gryffindor table, Hermione Granger's hand flew to her mouth. At the Slytherin table, Draco Malfoy leaned forward with the sharp attention of a boy who'd grown up on political maneuvering and recognized a scandal when he saw one. Dumbledore raised a hand. "I understand your distress, you sealed our will," Lily said. 3 words. The hall went silent again. "You sealed the Potter will," she repeated, her ghost burning brighter with every word. James and I made it together. We sat in the kitchen at Godric's Hollow with a solicitor from Gringotts and we wrote it all down. If we died, if the worst happened, Harry was to go to Sirius. If not Sirius, then Alice and Frank Longbottom. At the Gryffindor table, Neville Longbottom went rigid. His face drained of color. If not Alice and Frank, Lily continued, then Minerva McGonagal, who had been my head of house and my mentor and who I trusted with my son's life. McGonagal's hand gripped the edge of the staff table. Her knuckles were white. And at the bottom of that will, Lily said, her voice dropping to something cold and precise, in language that our solicitor said was the most emphatic he'd ever seen in a legal document, we wrote that under absolutely no circumstances was Harry to be placed with my sister Petunia and her husband Vernon Dursley. She turned to her son. Harry. Where did you grow up? Harry was still on his knees. His face was wet. He hadn't even realized he was crying. Number 4, Privet Drive, he said. With Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon. Lily closed her eyes. When she opened them, they were blazing. Tell them, Harry. Tell them where you slept. Harry's throat closed. He could feel the eyes of the entire school on him, hundreds of stares, some curious, some pitying, some confused. The teachers at the high table. Dumbledore, still standing, watching with an expression that was carefully, dangerously neutral. In a cupboard, Harry said. Under the stairs. The gasp that went through the hall was physical. Harry could feel it, like a wave of air pressure. For how long? Lily asked. Always, Harry said. For, as long as I can remember. Until my Hogwarts letter came. They moved me to Dudley's second bedroom then. Their son had 2 bedrooms, Lily said, not to Harry now but to the hall at large, while my boy slept in a cupboard. Lily, please. Dumbledore stepped around the staff table and descended the steps from the platform. He moved slowly, deliberately, the way you'd approach a wounded animal. I understand your anger. I share it. But the placement was necessary. The blood wards, don't you dare. Lily's ghost blazed so bright the floating candle brackets rattled against the walls. Don't you dare hide behind blood wards, Albus. I know what I did. I know the magic I invoked when I died for my son. That protection lives in Harry. In his blood. In his very soul. It does not require Petunia Dursley's house. It never did. Dumbledore stopped walking. For the first time, his composure cracked, just a fraction, a tightening around the eyes, a muscle in his jaw. But Harry saw it. And so did McGonagal. Is that true? McGonagal's voice cut through the hall like a knife. She was on her feet, her tartan robes practically vibrating with controlled fury. Albus. Is what she's saying true? It is more complicated than, is it true? Dumbledore looked at McGonagal. He looked at Harry, still kneeling on the stone floor. He looked at Lily's ghost, burning like a second sun in the middle of his great hall. The blood wards provided an additional layer of protection, he said carefully. They were not strictly necessary, but they were, additional. McGonagal's voice was barely above a whisper, but it carried to every corner of the room. Additional. You put that boy in a cupboard for 10 years for an additional layer of protection. Minerva, you must understand the full picture, I told you. McGonagal took a step forward, and her wand was in her hand, though she didn't seem to realize she'd drawn it. I sat on that wall on Privet Drive for an entire day, Albus. I watched them. I told you they were the worst sort of muggles. I told you that night. And you looked me in the eye and said it would be fine. And it was my belief at the time, your belief. McGonagal laughed, a short, horrible sound. Your belief put a child in a cupboard. Dumbledore's expression shifted. The calm facade didn't crumble, but it rearranged itself into something more honest, something tired and old and heavy. The threat of Voldemort, several students flinched at the name. Was and remains real, Dumbledore continued. He is not gone. He will return. And when he does, Harry will need every protection. He needed a family, Lily said. He needed love. He needed to be fed and clothed and told he mattered. That's the magic that saved him, Albus. Love. Not wards. Not strategy. Love. And you took him from every person who would have given him that. She was fading. Harry could see it, the edges of her form were going translucent, the golden light dimming, flickering like a candle in a draught. She knew it too. Her eyes found Harry's, and the urgency in them sharpened. Harry, listen to me. There isn't much time. You need to know about Sirius. Sirius Black, someone shouted from the Ravenclaw table. The mass murderer. He's not a murderer, Lily said fiercely. He was your father's best friend, Harry. Your godfather. He would have died for you, he nearly did. He was falsely accused and thrown into Azkaban without a trial. That's impossible, said a reedy voice from the staff table. Professor Flitwick had stood up, his tiny form barely visible above the table. Everyone receives a trial. It's wizarding law. Everyone is supposed to receive a trial, Lily corrected. Sirius never did. Ask Albus. He sat on the Wizengamot. He was chief warlock. He could have demanded a trial with a single word, and he chose not to speak it. Every head in the hall turned to Dumbledore. The old wizard stood perfectly still. The silence stretched. 1 second. 2. 5. The evidence against Sirius Black was, at the time, overwhelming, Dumbledore said. A street full of witnesses. 13 dead, and if there had been a trial, Lily said, with Veritaserum, with proper investigation, you would have discovered that the secret keeper was not Sirius. We switched. At the last moment, we switched to Peter Pettigrew, because Sirius thought he'd be too obvious a target. It was Pettigrew who betrayed us. It was Pettigrew who killed those muggles and faked his own death. And Sirius has been rotting in Azkaban for 10 years for a crime he didn't commit. The hall erupted. Students were on their feet, shouting questions, turning to each other, some of them pushing back from tables as if they could physically distance themselves from the weight of what they were hearing. At the Slytherin table, older students were exchanging looks of calculated interest. At the Gryffindor table, Fred and George Weasley were white-faced, gripping each other's arms. Professor Snape had not moved throughout any of this. He sat in his chair at the staff table, his face completely blank, his black eyes fixed on Lily's ghost with an expression that was either perfect control or perfect emptiness. His hands were under the table. No one could see that they were shaking. Albus, said Professor Sprout, and her normally cheerful voice was shaking too, but with anger. Is any of this, can any of this be verified? The will exists, Lily said, before Dumbledore could answer. It's in the Ministry's sealed records. File it under things the chief warlock didn't want anyone to see. And Sirius's trial records don't exist because there was no trial to record. Lily. Dumbledore's voice was quiet now. Not defeated, Harry didn't think this man could be defeated by words alone, but stripped of its usual warmth, its performed wisdom. This was the voice underneath, the real one. Everything I did because I believe, that a darkness is coming that will make the last war look like a skirmish. Tom Riddle is not dead. He will return. And Harry is at the center of it, whether any of us like it or not. I know he'll return, Lily said. I've known since before you did. I'm the one who died fighting him, remember? The words hung in the air. But here's the difference between us, Albus. I would have prepared my son for what's coming by giving him a life worth fighting for. You prepared him by putting him in a cupboard and making sure he'd be so grateful for any scrap of kindness that he'd follow the first old wizard who smiled at him straight into the fire. Dumbledore flinched. It was small, barely visible, but Harry saw it, and he understood something in that moment that he was too young to fully articulate but old enough to feel. The flinch wasn't surprise. It was recognition. She was right, and he knew it. "There's more," Lily said, and she was fading faster now, her form shimmering and breaking apart at the edges like mist in sunlight. "Albus, tell my son about the prophecy." The reaction was instantaneous. Dumbledore's composure didn't just crack, it shattered. His eyes went wide, and for the first time that evening, he looked afraid. "Lily, no. Not here. He's a child you've been grooming for a war he doesn't even know about. He has the right to know why his parents are dead." "There is a prophecy," Dumbledore said rapidly, desperately, trying to get ahead of her, "that concerns Harry, yes. But it is dangerous knowledge, and revealing it publicly could what? Put him in danger. He's been in danger since the day he was born, and you've made sure he doesn't know why." Lily's ghost flickered violently, and Harry could see the effort it cost her to hold herself together. A prophecy was made before Harry was born. It said that a boy would come who had the power to vanquish the Dark Lord. Voldemort heard part of it and chose to interpret it as meaning Harry. That's why he came to Godric's Hollow. That's why James is dead. That's why I'm dead. She faltered. Her form broke apart for a moment, scattered into golden motes of light, and then pulled itself back together by sheer force of will. "And Albus knows who told Voldemort about the prophecy," she said, her voice growing thinner, more distant. "He knows who carried the words that signed our death warrants." Every eye in the hall turned to Dumbledore. But Lily wasn't looking at Dumbledore anymore. She was looking at Snape. The potions master sat frozen, his face now ashen, his black eyes locked on the ghost of the woman he had, but that was a story Harry didn't know yet, and Lily didn't tell it. She held Snape's gaze for one long, terrible moment, and something passed between them that the students couldn't read but the staff could, a conversation that had been waiting 10 years to happen, compressed into a single look. Then Lily turned back to Harry. She was barely there now, more suggestion than shape, more light than form. She knelt again, and this time when she reached for his face, her fingers were just light. "I'm running out of time," she said, and her voice broke on the last word. "Harry. My Harry. I need you to know," she was crying, or doing whatever ghosts do instead of crying. Light streamed from her eyes. "I need you to know that your father and I chose to die for you. Not because of a prophecy. Not because Dumbledore told us to. Because you were our son, and we loved you, and that was the easiest choice we ever made." Harry reached up and tried to take her hand. His fingers passed through golden light, and the warmth surged one last time. "Don't trust blindly," Lily whispered. "Not Dumbledore. Not anyone. Think for yourself. Ask questions. And find Sirius. He loves you. He's always loved you. Mum, don't go." Harry's voice was raw, cracking. "Please. I know, sweetheart. I know." She was almost gone. Just a shape, a suggestion, 2 green eyes hanging in the golden air. "But I've never really left you. Every time you feel warm for no reason. Every time something should have hurt you and didn't. That's me. That's always been me." The golden light pulsed once, bright enough to make the whole hall squint, and Lily Potter's ghost dissolved into 1,000 motes of light that drifted upward like embers from a fire and faded into the enchanted ceiling, which had cleared to show a sky full of stars. Harry knelt on the stone floor of the great hall, alone. The silence lasted 3 heartbeats. Then the world crashed back in. Dumbledore moved first. He raised his wand and sent a shower of purple sparks into the air, a signal, a call for attention, but for the first time in anyone's memory, nobody listened. Students were shouting, standing on benches, some of the older ones already writing furious letters. At the staff table, McGonagal had rounded on Dumbledore with a fury that made several nearby portraits flee their frames. "A cupboard, Albus. You knew. You had Arabella Figg watching, don't you dare deny it. I know about the arrangement, she must have told you. Minerva, I am asking you to remain calm, calm. McGonagal's voice hit a register that rattled the silverware. You sealed a legal will. You denied a man a trial. You placed a child, my student, Lily's son, in an abusive home, and you have the audacity to ask me to remain calm? Professor Flitwick had descended from his chair and was heading for the exit, his tiny legs carrying him with surprising speed. I'm going to the ministry, he called over his shoulder. Tonight. Now. If there's a sealed will, it can be verified. If there was no trial, that can be verified too. Phileas, I would ask that you wait, Dumbledore started. You can ask whatever you like, Albus. I'm going. Snape still hadn't moved. He sat like a statue carved from white marble, staring at the spot where Lily had been. Harry felt a hand on his shoulder. He looked up. Professor Sprout, a stout witch with dirt under her fingernails and tears streaming down her cheeks, was looking down at him. Come on, love, she said quietly. Let's get you up. She helped him to his feet. His legs were trembling, and he felt hollowed out, like someone had scooped out his insides and left only the shell. He looked at the stool, at the sorting hat still sitting on it, at Dumbledore, who was now surrounded by staff members all talking at once. I haven't been sorted, Harry said stupidly. Professor Sprout let out a sound that was half laugh, half sob. No, love. I suppose you haven't. Ron was suddenly there, having pushed through the crowd of first years, his face blotchy and red. He didn't say anything. He just stood next to Harry, shoulder to shoulder, and that was enough. Neville appeared on Harry's other side. He was shaking almost as hard as Harry was. She said my mum, Neville whispered. She said Alice Longbottom. My mum was supposed to, she wanted my mum to, he couldn't finish. Harry took his hand and squeezed it, and Neville squeezed back, and two boys who'd been failed by the same system held onto each other in the middle of the chaos. Dumbledore raised his wand again. This time, a cannon blast erupted from its tip, so loud it shook dust from the rafters. The hall fell into stunned, ringing silence. Students will return to their dormitories, Dumbledore said. His voice was steady, commanding, but his eyes, Harry noticed, weren't twinkling anymore. They were calculating. Prefects will escort their houses. There will be no Owl Post tonight. You can't block Owl Post, a seventh-year Ravenclaw shouted. I can and I will, until such time as, no. McGonagal stepped in front of Dumbledore. She didn't raise her wand or her voice. She just stood there, 5'9" of Scottish fury in tartan robes, and the old wizard stopped talking. You do not get to control this, Albus. Not anymore. Students will write whatever letters they wish. Owls will fly tonight. Dumbledore looked at her. Something passed between them, decades of trust, of deference, of a power dynamic that had just inverted itself in front of 400 witnesses. Minerva, he said softly. You don't understand the full picture. Then paint it for me. In your office. Now. She turned to Professor Sprout. Pomona, please take Mr. Potter to the hospital wing. He should be checked over. Poppy will want to see him. I'll go with him, Ron said immediately. Me too, said Neville. McGonagall looked at the two boys flanking Harry and something shifted in her expression, the fury dimmed just slightly, replaced by something warmer. Very well, she said. Go. They moved through the corridors in a strange little procession, Professor Sprout leading the way, wand lit, Harry in the middle, Ron and Neville on either side. The castle was quiet around them, the portraits whispering furiously to each other, news spreading through painted landscapes like wildfire. That was your mum, Ron said eventually, because someone had to say it. Yeah. She was brilliant. Harry almost smiled. Almost. Yeah. She was. They rounded a corner and nearly collided with Peeves, who took one look at Harry's face and, for the first and perhaps only time in his existence, floated silently out of the way. The hospital wing was empty and white and smelled of clean linen. Madame Pomfrey emerged from her office already in a dressing gown, took one look at Harry, and said, "Sit," in a voice that brooked no argument. She ran diagnostic spells over him for 10 minutes without speaking, her lips getting progressively thinner. "Magical exhaustion," she said finally. "His core has been drained significantly. Whatever that manifestation was, it used his own magic as fuel." She looked at Harry over her wand. "You'll need rest. Chocolate. And about 12 hours of sleep." "I haven't been sorted," Harry said again. "The sorting hat will keep," Madame Pomfrey said. She handed him a block of chocolate and a potion that smelled like lavender and tasted like someone had liquefied a warm blanket. Harry felt his eyelids go heavy immediately. "We'll be right here, mate," Ron said, pulling a chair up to Harry's bedside with a scrape. "You will not," Madame Pomfrey said. "Visiting hours, we'll be right here," Neville said quietly, and pulled up a second chair. Madame Pomfrey opened her mouth. Closed it. Looked at the two boys settling in like they were preparing for a siege. "Fine," she said. "But if either of you snores, you're out." Harry lay back on the pillow. The potion was pulling him under, soft and warm and irresistible. Through the haze, he could hear Ron and Neville talking in low voices, and Madame Pomfrey bustling around, and somewhere in the castle, he knew, Dumbledore and McGonagal were having a conversation that was going to change everything. He thought about his mother's face. Her eyes, his eyes. The way she burned like a star, like something that refused to be extinguished even by death. Don't trust blindly. Think for yourself. Find Sirius. Harry closed his eyes. The warmth in his chest, Lily's warmth, he knew that now, pulsed gently, steadily, like a second heartbeat. He slept. 3 floors up and 2 corridors over, Minerva McGonagall slammed the door to the headmaster's office so hard that several silver instruments toppled off their spindly tables. "Talk," she said. Dumbledore sat behind his desk. He looked, for the first time in Minerva's memory, every single one of his 110 years. Fawkes rustled on his perch, trilling a low, anxious note. "The will exists," Dumbledore said. "And it says what Lily claimed it says. You sealed it." "I did." "And Sirius Black was never given a trial." "That much is true." Minerva felt the floor tilt under her. She'd known, somewhere deep down, from the moment Lily's ghost had started speaking. She'd known because she'd spent 10 years pushing down the quiet voice that told her something was wrong, that a man who left a baby on a doorstep in November with nothing but a letter might not have that baby's best interests entirely at heart. "Explain," she said. "And for once in your life, Albus, do not speak to me as if I am a student or a subordinate or a piece on your bloody chessboard. Speak to me as a colleague. As the woman who has stood beside you for 30 years. Dumbledore was quiet for a long time. Fawkes trilled again. "Tom Riddle is not dead," Dumbledore said. "I know that. Everyone with sense suspects it. He will return. Not might. Will. I have evidence, fragments, clues, things I've been tracking for a decade, that suggest he has anchored himself to this world through magic so dark I dare not name it in this room. When he returns, he will come for Harry. The prophecy guarantees it. And so you decided to, what? Break him down so he'd be ready to be built back up." Dumbledore's hands were folded on his desk. They were perfectly still, but his voice was not. "I decided that the boy needed to survive. At any cost. The cost was his childhood, Albus." "Yes." The word was barely a whisper. "Yes, it was." Minerva stared at him. She was looking for remorse and she found it, real, genuine, bone-deep remorse, but she also found something else underneath it, the absolute, unshakable conviction that he'd do it again if he had to. That was what broke her. "I'm going to the Board of Governors," she said. "Tonight. And to the Ministry. And to the Daily Prophet, if I have to. Minerva, you had your chance to do right by that boy. You had 10 years of chances. They're gone." She turned for the door. "I suggest you start thinking about what you're going to say to the Wisengamot, Albus, because Phileas is already halfway to London and I doubt he's going to be gentle about it." She paused at the door. Looked back. "I also suggest you think about what you're going to say to Harry. Because that child just met his mother for the first time and lost her again in the same 5 minutes, and he found out that the man who sent him to live in a cupboard could have given him a family instead." She left. The door closed quietly behind her, somehow worse than the slam. Dumbledore sat alone in his office. Fawkes flew from his perch to the old wizard's shoulder and pressed his feathered head against Dumbledore's cheek. "I know, old friend," Dumbledore murmured. "I know." He opened a drawer in his desk and pulled out a small, glowing glass sphere. Inside it, a tiny figure spoke in a voice like mist and smoke, repeating the same words on an endless loop, words that had shaped and ruined so many lives. Dumbledore held the prophecy in his hands and stared at it for a long time. Then he put it away and began writing a letter to the Minister of Magic, because whatever was coming, the investigations, the hearings, the inevitable political firestorm, it was better to be ahead of it than behind it. He was Albus Dumbledore. He had been outmaneuvered by a ghost, but he was not finished. Not even close. In the dungeons, Severus Snape sat in his office in the dark. He had not turned on a light. He had not poured a drink, though the bottle of Ogden's on his shelf was calling to him with the voice of an old friend. She had looked at him. Not with hatred. That he could have handled, had been handling, in his own way, for 10 years. Hatred was familiar. Hatred was what he deserved. She had looked at him with something worse. Disappointment. He pressed his hands against his face and breathed through his fingers. The boy. Potter's boy. Lily's boy. Sleeping in the hospital wing right now, innocent and ignorant and scarred, and Snape had looked at him for the first time on that train platform and seen James Potter and decided, in that instant, to hate him. But those were Lily's eyes. Snape lowered his hands. In the darkness of his office, surrounded by jars of preserved things floating in formaldehyde, he made a decision. It wasn't a dramatic decision. There was no music, no revelation, no bolt of lightning. It was the quiet, grinding shift of a man who had spent a decade running from a debt and had just been told, in front of the entire world, that the bill was due. He stood up. Straightened his robes. And went to the hospital wing. Harry was asleep when Snape arrived. The two boys, Weasley and Longbottom, were also asleep, slumped in their chairs. Madame Pomfrey looked up from her desk and raised an eyebrow. "Severus. It's past midnight." "I'm aware." He looked at Harry. The boy was small, too small for 11. Thin in a way that spoke of meals skipped or withheld. There was a bruise on his wrist, faded yellow-green, barely visible above the cuff of his sleeve. Snape stared at that bruise for a long time. "Has he been examined thoroughly?" he asked. "Magical exhaustion, primarily." "Why?" "Check for signs of long-term malnutrition." "And," he paused. "Swallowed something bitter." "And physical abuse." Pomfrey's face went very still. "Severus. Just check," he said. "Please." He left before she could ask anything else, his robes billowing behind him as he swept down the corridor, and if his eyes were red when he reached his quarters, there was no one there to see it. Far below the castle, in the depths of the lake, the giant squid turned in its sleep and sent a lazy tentacle drifting toward the surface, disturbed by the tremor of magic that had rolled through the castle's foundations. The magic was old, older than the school, older than the founders, and it tasted like sacrifice and grief and a mother's final, desperate love. In the great hall, now dark and empty, the sorting hat sat on its stool. It had sorted thousands of students over 1,000 years. It had seen bravery and cowardice, genius and foolishness, cruelty and kindness in every possible combination. It had never experienced anything like tonight. When it had touched Harry Potter's mind, it had found, underneath the courage, underneath the cleverness, underneath the trauma and the hunger and the loneliness, a second presence. Not the dark thing lurking behind the scar, which the hat had recoiled from instinctively. Something else. Something bright. A mother, standing guard. The hat would not speak of what it had felt. It never revealed the secrets of the minds it sorted. But if it could have spoken, it would have said this, that in 1,000 years of reading souls, it had never encountered a love so fierce, so stubborn, so absolutely unwilling to let death have the last word. The candles relit themselves one by one, as they always did in the quiet hours, and the great hall settled into its nighttime stillness. Tomorrow, the owls would fly. Tomorrow, the Daily Prophet would print the most explosive front page in a decade. Tomorrow, Amelia Bones would read a report from Phileas Flitwick and begin assembling a team of investigators. Tomorrow, Sirius Black would hear a rumor through the walls of Azkaban and, for the first time in 10 years, feel something other than despair. Tomorrow, Harry Potter would wake up and begin the long, difficult, exhilarating work of claiming his own life. But tonight, he slept. And in his dreams, his mother's warmth wrapped around him like a blanket, and for the first time in his 11 years, Harry Potter felt safe. Chapter 2, The Aftermath. Harry woke to the sound of arguing. Not loud arguing, the careful, clipped kind that adults do when they're trying not to wake someone and failing completely. He kept his eyes closed and listened, because 10 years at the Dursleys had taught him that you learned more with your eyes shut than open. Absolutely not, Albus. I won't allow it. That was McGonagal. Her voice had the brittle quality of someone who hadn't slept. Minerva, I am not suggesting we suppress anything. I am merely suggesting that we manage the flow of information in a way that doesn't manage. McGonagal made the word sound like a profanity. You've been managing for 10 years. Look where it's got us. If the Prophet prints this without context, the panic alone, the Prophet will print whatever it prints. That is not our concern. Our concern is the boy lying in that bed. Silence. Harry risked cracking one eye open. Gray morning light filtered through the hospital wing's tall windows. McGonagal stood at the foot of his bed, arms crossed, still in last night's robes. Dumbledore stood opposite her, and he looked wrong. Not defeated, exactly, but diminished, like a fire that had been banking all night and was now mostly ash with a few stubborn embers glowing underneath. Madame Pomfrey hovered near her office door with the expression of a woman who wanted to throw both of them out but couldn't quite work up the nerve. He's awake, said Ron. Harry turned his head. Ron was still in his chair, looking rumpled and stiff-necked, but his eyes were sharp. Neville was asleep in the other chair, his head tilted at an angle that was going to hurt when he woke up. McGonagall and Dumbledore both turned to Harry. McGonagall's face softened immediately. Dumbledore's didn't, it rearranged itself into something warm and concerned, but Harry saw the calculation behind it, the way you see the strings on a puppet once someone's pointed them out. Good morning, Harry, Dumbledore said. Harry sat up. He felt hollowed out and shaky, like he'd run a very long distance, but his mind was clear. Clearer than it had been in, maybe ever. Is it true? Harry asked. Everything she said. Is it all true? Dumbledore opened his mouth. Don't, Harry said, and the word came out harder than he expected. Don't, whatever you're about to say, the version that makes it sound reasonable. I don't want that. I just want to know if it's true. Something moved behind Dumbledore's eyes. Surprise, maybe. Or reassessment. Yes, he said quietly. The broad strokes are true. The will is real, and was sealed at my request. Sirius Black did not receive a trial. The cupboard? A pause. I was aware of the limitations of your living situation. Limitations. Harry tasted the word and found it rotten. I slept in a cupboard. My cousin used me as a punching bag. They told me my parents died in a car crash because they were drunks. Is that what you mean by limitations? Ron made a noise beside him, a sharp intake of breath. Harry hadn't told him about the car crash story. He hadn't told anyone. Dumbledore said nothing. The silence was its own kind of answer. Right, Harry said. He pushed the blanket off and swung his legs over the side of the bed. His legs felt like they were made of wet rope, but he stood anyway. What happens now? McGonagal stepped forward. Now, Mr. Potter, we begin sorting out the mess that should have been sorted out 10 years ago. But first, breakfast. Madame Pomfrey informs me you're malnourished, and I will not have this conversation on an empty stomach. She said it with the firm practicality of a woman who believed most problems could be at least partially addressed by a proper meal, and Harry felt a rush of gratitude so strong it almost knocked him sideways. I haven't been sorted yet, he said. For the third time. It seemed important, somehow, like until he belonged somewhere official, he was still floating, untethered. We'll address that this morning, McGonagal said. For now, you're under my care. She shot Dumbledore a look that could have peeled paint. Unless the headmaster objects. I do not object, Dumbledore said. He sounded tired. Harry, I would very much like the opportunity to speak with you privately. To explain, not today, McGonagal said. Minerva, the boy deserves space. He's had enough revelations for one evening, wouldn't you say? Dumbledore looked at Harry. Harry looked back. And for the first time, the old wizard seemed to actually see him, not the prophecy, not the scar, not the chess piece, but the 11-year-old boy in oversized pajamas who just met and lost his mother in the span of 5 minutes. Of course, Dumbledore said softly. Of course. When you're ready, Harry. He left. His footsteps echoed down the hospital wing corridor, slow and measured, and the door closed behind him with a quiet click. The moment he was gone, Neville jerked awake. I wasn't sleeping, he said immediately, then looked around, blinked, and added, where am I? Hospital wing, Ron said. Morning. You missed Dumbledore being told off. It was brilliant. Madame Pomfrey descended on Harry with a tray of potions and a plate of toast and eggs and bacon that was comically large. Eat, she said. All of it. Your nutrient levels are disgraceful. I've seen healthier readings on students who've been lost in the Forbidden Forest for a week. Harry ate. The food was impossibly good, hot and buttery and real, and he realized, with a distant sort of shame, that he couldn't remember the last time he'd been allowed to eat until he was actually full. Ron and Neville ate too, because Madame Pomfrey brought them trays as well, muttering something about growing boys and chairs that weren't designed for sleeping. The three of them sat in a row on Harry's hospital bed, eating bacon and not talking about anything important, and it was the most normal Harry had felt since his mother's ghost had blown his world apart. McGonagal returned 20 minutes later with the sorting hat tucked under her arm like a rather shabby handbag. Madame Pomfrey has agreed that you're well enough for this, she said. The rest of the school has been told that a private sorting will take place this morning. There will be no audience this time. She set the hat on Harry's head. It slid down over his ears, and the hospital wing disappeared. Back again, said the hat. I wondered if they'd let me finish the job. What happened last night? Harry thought. Did you do that? Did you bring her? I did not bring her, Mr. Potter. She was already there, woven into the very fabric of your magical core. When I reached in to read you, I disturbed her, I suppose. Like brushing against a tripwire. The magic she poured into you the night she died, it's not passive. It's alive. And it was waiting. Waiting for what? For a moment when the castle's magic and your mother's magic could resonate together. The sorting is the oldest ritual Hogwarts performs. It reaches deeper into a student's soul than any other spell in these walls. Deep enough, apparently, to wake the dead. Harry swallowed. Will she come back? The hat was quiet for a moment. I don't know. The energy required was enormous. You nearly burned out your own magical core fueling the manifestation. If it happens again, it likely won't be so dramatic. A voice, perhaps. A presence. But the full apparition, I don't think you could survive that twice. Right. Harry filed that away, feeling oddly calm. So. Sorting. Ah, yes. Where were we? Not Slytherin, you said. Not Slytherin. Still sure. After last night, I'd say you've shown a rather Slytherin talent for shaking up the established order. My mum was a Gryffindor. She was. And your father. But you're not your parents, Mr. Potter, whatever the world wants you to be. Gryffindor, Harry said. Not because of his parents. Because of Ron, pulling up a chair without being asked. Because of Neville, shaking and terrified, staying anyway. Because Gryffindor meant something to him now that it hadn't meant 12 hours ago. If you're certain, the hat said, and then, out loud, Gryffindor. Ron cheered. Neville clapped. McGonagal's eyes glistened, and she took the hat off Harry's head with hands that trembled just slightly. Welcome to my house, Mr. Potter, she said. I intend to do a far better job looking after you than I was permitted to last time. The hospital wing doors banged open. Hermione Granger stood in the doorway, breathing hard, her hair wilder than ever. The prophet's here, she said. It's everywhere. It's on the front page. They're saying, she stopped, took a breath, collected herself with visible effort. Professor McGonagal, there are reporters at the gate and the ministry has sent people and I thought someone should tell you before what, Miss Granger? Before Professor Dumbledore talks to them first. McGonagal's expression sharpened. She looked at Harry, at the 3 students gathered around his bed, and made a decision. Mr. Potter. How do you feel about getting dressed and having a very interesting day? Harry looked at Ron. Ron shrugged. Neville gulped, then nodded. Yeah, all right, Harry said. The Great Hall was a war zone. Not literally, the tables were intact, the enchanted ceiling showed a flat grey September sky, and the candles were floating as they always did. But the atmosphere was battlefield thick. Students sat in clumps, leaning together, whispering. Half the tables were obscured by copies of the Daily Prophet, which had apparently run a special morning edition. Harry saw the headline from across the room. Ghost of Lily Potter appears at Hogwarts. Sorting accuses Dumbledore of sealing Potter will, denying Black a trial boy who lived raised in Muggle cupboard, mother's spirit claims someone had talked. Of course someone had talked, 400 students had witnessed the whole thing, plus dozens of painted portraits with nothing better to do than gossip. Harry was amazed the paper had managed to get it out this fast. Every head in the hall turned when Harry walked in. The silence was immediate and total, the same silence as last night, but different in texture. Last night had been shock. This was something else. Harry could feel the weight of it, pity, curiosity, outrage, fascination, all of it directed at him like 400 spotlights. He kept walking. Ron was on his left, Neville on his right, and he focused on putting one foot in front of the other until he reached the Gryffindor table. He sat down. Ron sat next to him. Neville sat across from them. For a moment, nobody moved. Then Fred Weasley, or George, Harry couldn't tell yet, leaned over from 3 seats down and said, "So, Potter. Bit of a first night." And the other twin added, "We've been here 6 years and the most exciting thing at our sorting was when the hat sneezed." A laugh rippled down the table, nervous, fragile, but real, and the spell broke. People started eating again, talking again, though their eyes kept sliding to Harry. Hermione appeared at the table and sat next to Neville with the determined air of someone claiming a strategic position. "I've been to the library," she said. "It's 8 in the morning," Ron said. "The library is open at 8 in the morning?" "I asked Madame Pants to open it early. She wasn't happy about it, but I told her it was academically urgent." "And that worked?" "No. I cried a little." "That worked." Hermione pulled a stack of parchment from her bag. "I've been looking up wizarding law regarding sealed wills and the Wisengamot's custodial authority. It's quite complicated, but the short version is that a chief warlock can seal a will temporarily during a time of war, but must unseal it within 30 days of the cessation of hostilities. The last wizarding war officially ended on November 1, 1981. She looked at Harry. "Your parents' will has been sealed for 10 years. That's approximately 3,620 days past the legal limit." Ron stared at her. "You figured all that out since this morning?" "I'm a fast reader." Harry took the parchment. He couldn't make sense of most of the legal language, but the dates were clear enough. "Can we do anything with this?" "I think so. The law provides for a formal challenge to a sealed will through the Wisengamot. Any named party in the will can file. Since you're the primary beneficiary, I'm 11. "Yes, but you can designate a magical guardian ad litem. Someone who acts on your behalf legally." Harry looked at McGonagal, who was at the staff table pretending to eat breakfast while clearly listening to 3 conversations at once. "Can I ask Professor McGonagal?" Hermione hesitated. "That might be complicated, since she's also named in the will. There could be a conflict of interest." "But," she brightened. "There's another option. The head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement can act as guardian ad litem in cases involving orphaned magical children. That's Amelia Bones." "Susan's aunt," Neville said. He nodded toward the Hufflepuff table, where a red-haired girl was watching Harry with frank interest. Before Harry could respond, the doors to the great hall opened and a woman walked in who changed the temperature of the entire room. She was tall and square-jawed, with close-cropped gray hair and the bearing of someone who had spent 30 years asking questions that people didn't want to answer. She wore the plum-colored robes of a senior ministry official, and behind her walked 2 aurors in crimson, wands visible at their hips. Amelia Bones. She didn't look at the students. She didn't look at the staff table. She walked straight up the center of the hall with the unhurried pace of a woman who knew that everyone would wait for her, and she stopped in front of the raised platform where Dumbledore sat. "Headmaster," she said. "I have questions." Dumbledore set down his teacup. "Amelia. I expected you'd come. Then you know why I'm here." "I can surmise. But perhaps we should discuss this in private. We tried private with you, Albus. For 10 years. I think we'll try public for a change." She reached into her robes and pulled out a scroll of parchment. "I have here a formal request from Professor Phileas Flitwick for the Ministry to investigate the sealing of the Potter will, the imprisonment of Sirius Black without trial, and the custodial placement of Harry James Potter with non-designated Muggle guardians. I also have," she pulled out a second scroll. "A formal complaint filed this morning by Professor Minerva McGonagal alleging abuse of the office of Chief Warlock." The hall was so quiet Harry could hear the candle flames crackling. "Furthermore," Bones continued, "I received a very interesting owl last night from a concerned citizen whose name I will not disclose, detailing the long-term living conditions of Mr. Potter with his Muggle relatives." "A cupboard, Albus." Her voice didn't rise. It didn't need to. "I've put people in Azkaban for less." McGonagall was watching this with the expression of a woman seeing cavalry arrive. Snape, Harry noticed, was not at the staff table. His chair was empty. Dumbledore stood slowly. He seemed to unfold, all 6 feet plus of him, and even now, even diminished, even cornered, the power radiating off him was palpable. This was the wizard who'd defeated Grindelwald. The wizard Voldemort feared. He was not to be underestimated, and Amelia Bones clearly didn't. "Amelia," he said, and his voice carried the effortless authority of decades. "I welcome any investigation. I have nothing to hide." "People who have nothing to hide don't seal wills," Bones said. A murmur ran through the students. At the Slytherin table, Harry saw Draco Malfoy pull out a quill and start taking notes. Actually taking notes. "The circumstances of the Potter will's sealing were extraordinary," Dumbledore said. "A war had just ended. The danger to the child was extreme. The danger to the child, it seems, was his placement." Bones turned away from Dumbledore and looked directly at Harry. Her expression changed, not softened, exactly, but became more careful. "Mr. Potter. I'm Amelia Bones, head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. I'd like to speak with you, if you're willing. You are not required to say anything. You are not in any trouble. I simply want to hear your account of events." Harry looked at Ron, who nodded. Looked at Neville, who gave him a thumbs up that was only slightly wobbly. Looked at Hermione, who mouthed "Guardian ad litem" at him with urgent eyes. "Okay," Harry said. "But, can my friends come?" Bones almost smiled. "I think we can arrange that." They used a small chamber off the Great Hall that was normally reserved for champions during the Triwizard Tournament, though Harry didn't know that yet. It had a fireplace, a few chairs, and a painting of a wizard playing cards with a goblin, both of whom immediately pretended to be asleep when the door opened. Bones sat across from Harry. The two Aurors stood by the door, not threatening, but present. Ron, Neville, and Hermione sat behind Harry like a very small, very determined cheering section. "Mr. Potter," Bones began. "I understand a great deal happened last night. Before we discuss any of that, I want to establish some basic facts about your upbringing. Can you tell me about your life with the Dursleys?" Harry had never been asked this question. Not by a teacher, not by a neighbor, not by anyone. Mrs. Figg had seen things, he was sure, but she'd never asked directly. Nobody had. He didn't know where to start. "Take your time," Bones said. "I lived in a cupboard under the stairs," Harry said. "Until I got my Hogwarts letter. Then they gave me a bedroom." "How old were you when you received your letter?" 11. "A few months ago. So you lived in a cupboard from infancy until age 11. "Yes." Bones's quill scratched across parchment. Her face betrayed nothing, but the quill pressed hard enough to score the paper. "What were your meals like?" "I ate whatever was left over. If there was anything. Sometimes Dudley, my cousin, ate it all." "How often did you go without meals?" Harry thought about it. "Depends. If I'd done something wrong, something they thought was wrong, they'd lock me in the cupboard and not feed me. A day or two, usually. Once it was almost a week, after I accidentally ended up on the school roof." Behind him, Ron made a strangled noise. Neville's chair creaked. "And the accidental magic, that was punished?" "They didn't know what it was. They said I was a freak." "Uncle Vernon," Harry stopped. Something was closing in his throat. He forced it open. "Uncle Vernon hit me sometimes. When weird things happened. He said he was going to beat the nonsense out of me." Bones set down her quill. She looked at Harry for a long moment, and he saw something shift behind her professional mask, a crack, quickly sealed, but real. "Mr. Potter," she said carefully. "Were you ever told why you were living with the Dursleys? Were you ever given the impression that anyone in the magical world knew of your situation?" "No. They told me my parents died in a car crash. I didn't know about magic until Hagrid came to get me." "When was that?" "My birthday. July 31st. And at no point before that did any representative of the magical world check on you, visit you, or communicate with you." Harry thought of Mrs. Figg. There was a neighbor. Mrs. Figg. She smelled like cats. I didn't know she was a witch. Arabella Fig. She's a squib, actually. She was placed in your neighborhood by Dumbledore to keep watch. She watched, then, Harry said, and the bitterness surprised him. Did a lot of watching. Not much else. Bones wrote something down. Then she set the quill aside entirely and leaned forward. Harry, may I call you Harry? I want you to understand something. What was done to you was wrong. Not complicated, not nuanced, not a difficult moral question. Wrong. You were a child in the care of people who mistreated you, and the wizard responsible for placing you there was aware of the conditions and chose not to intervene. That is a crime under wizarding law, and it will be treated as one. The room was very quiet. What happens now? Harry asked. Several things. First, you will not be returning to the Dursleys. I'll issue a temporary custodial order placing you under the protection of Hogwarts until a permanent arrangement is made. Second, I'll be filing for an emergency unsealing of your parents' will. Given the circumstances, I expect the Wizengamot will grant it within days. Third, she paused. The matter of Sirius Black. Harry's heart hammered. My mum said he was innocent. Your mother made very specific claims. If they're true, and I intend to find out, then a terrible injustice has been done. But I need to verify everything, Harry. I can't take action based on the testimony of a ghost, however dramatic the circumstances. She wasn't just a ghost. She was my mum. Bones nodded. I know. And that's why I'm going to make sure this is done properly. No shortcuts, no sealed files, no decisions made in the dark. Everything in the light this time. She stood and held out her hand. Harry shook it. Her grip was firm and dry and steady. You've been very brave, Harry. I'll be in touch. The Aurors opened the door. The painting on the wall, the wizard and the goblin, had both given up pretending to sleep and were openly staring. This is better than anything on the third-floor landing, the goblin said. The rest of the morning was a blur. Harry went to his first class, Transfiguration, with McGonagal, and discovered that turning a match into a needle was almost absurdly easy for him. The match silvered on his first try. McGonagal awarded Gryffindor 10 points and looked at him with an expression that was complicated in about 8 different ways. Your mother was gifted at Transfiguration, she said quietly, so only he could hear. One of the best I ever taught. Harry ran his thumb over the needle and felt that warmth pulse in his chest. Ron managed the transformation on his 4th try and looked so relieved he nearly fell off his chair. Neville set his match on fire, which wasn't the goal but was technically still magic, and Hermione turned hers into a needle that was so perfect it could have been used in surgery. Between classes, the whispers followed Harry like weather. Students he'd never met stopped to stare, point, or, in the case of one brave third-year Hufflepuff, ask him directly if it was true about the cupboard. Yeah, Harry said, because what was the point in lying about it now? The third year looked like she wanted to cry. I'm sorry, she said. That's really awful. Thanks, Harry said, and meant it, and kept walking. At lunch, the owls came. Hundreds of them, a feathery tsunami of post that descended on the great hall with a roar of wings. Nearly every student received at least one letter, frantic messages from parents who'd read the prophet, demanding information, expressing outrage, or in a few notable cases, pulling their children out of school entirely. Harry received 17 letters from people he'd never met, all expressing sympathy, fury, or offers to adopt him. He also received a howler from someone who believed Dumbledore was a saint and Harry was a liar, which exploded in a shower of red confetti and shrieked obscenities until Hermione hit it with a silencing charm so fast her wand was a blur. Been practicing that one, she said casually. Ron had received a letter from his mother. He read it 3 times, his face going through a complicated series of expressions. Mum's furious, he said. At Dumbledore. She says Dad's been called into the ministry, something about an emergency session of the Wizengamot. She says, He broke off, folded the letter carefully, and tucked it inside his robes. She says to stick by you, Harry. Whatever happens. That's nice of her. That's Mum. She'll kill for you and then make you eat a sandwich. Neville had received a letter from his grandmother. He read it once, went pale, read it again, and set it down with trembling hands. Gran says, she says she always suspected something was wrong with my parents' case too. She says if the Potter will named Mum as a guardian, then someone should have looked harder at what happened to her. At what happened to both of them. Harry didn't know the full story of Neville's parents yet. He could see the shape of something terrible in Neville's face, but he didn't push. You learn that, living with the Dursleys, the fine art of knowing when someone was carrying something too heavy to put down. We'll figure it out, Harry said. All of it. Neville nodded. Didn't speak. But his jaw set in a way that made him look, for just a moment, like someone you really didn't want to underestimate. That afternoon, Harry was summoned to McGonagal's office. She sat behind her desk, which was covered in papers, and she looked like she'd aged 5 years overnight. But her eyes were sharp and her spine was straight. Sit down, Potter. Harry sat. I owe you an apology. He hadn't expected that. What for? For not acting on my instincts 10 years ago. I knew the Dursleys were wrong for you. I told Albus so on the very night he placed you there. But I deferred to his judgment, because, she stopped. Removed her spectacles. Cleaned them on her robes. Put them back on. Because I had spent 30 years deferring to his judgment and had come to mistake habit for wisdom. You didn't know what was happening. I should have found out. Your mother named me in her will, Potter. She trusted me with her son. I failed that trust. You didn't seal the will. That was Dumbledore. And I didn't question it. I didn't even know it existed. I should have asked. Should have demanded. Should have shown up at Privet Drive with a custody claim and a regiment of Aurors. She folded her hands on her desk. I cannot undo the last 10 years. But I can promise you that from this moment forward, I will not defer, I will not assume, and I will not let another adult's authority stand between me and the welfare of my students. Especially you. Harry's throat was tight. Thank you, Professor. Don't thank me. I haven't earned it yet. She pulled a sheet of parchment from the pile on her desk. Now. Business. Madame Bones has filed for the emergency unsealing of your parents' will. The Wisengamot session is scheduled for this Thursday. You have the right to be present, though given your age, you're not required to testify. I want to be there. I thought you might. I'll arrange it. She set that paper aside and picked up another. Separately, and this is confidential, Potter, I mean that, Madame Bones has opened an inquiry into the imprisonment of Sirius Black. The preliminary search of ministry records has confirmed that no trial transcript exists. No trial was conducted. Harry's hands gripped the arms of his chair. So he's been in Azkaban for 10 years for nothing? We don't know that yet. The absence of a trial doesn't prove innocence. But it does prove a profound failure of justice, and Madame Bones intends to remedy it. McGonagal paused. Harry. If Sirius Black is innocent, if your mother was right, then he is your legal godfather. He would have the strongest claim to your guardianship. What's he like? McGonagal's expression did something Harry hadn't seen before. It softened into something close to fondness. He was brilliant. Reckless. Infuriating. The most talented troublemaker I ever taught, and I say that having also taught James Potter and the Weasley twins. He loved your parents more than anything, and he loved you, Harry, he adored you. I remember him carrying you around the Order headquarters, refusing to put you down, telling everyone who'd listen that you were going to be a chaser for Puddlemere United. Harry laughed. It came out watery and rough, but it was a laugh. He used to make colored sparks come out of his wand to make you giggle, McGonagal added. He said it was the only spell worth knowing. Harry held that image in his mind like a lit match in a dark room. I want to help, he said. With the investigation. With all of it. You're 11. I know. But it's my life. My parents. My godfather. I don't want to just sit here while other people sort it out. McGonagal studied him. You sound like your mother. Good. And your father. Also good. It was not always good, Potter. James's confidence occasionally outpaced his judgment. But she was almost smiling. Very well. I will keep you informed of developments. In return, you will attend your classes, eat 3 meals a day, and get a minimum of 8 hours of sleep. Deal? Deal. Now get out. You have potions in 20 minutes and Severus Snape waits for no one. Harry found out very quickly what McGonagall meant. The potions classroom was in the dungeons, cold, dark, and decorated with enough jars of preserved things to stock a horror museum. Snape stood at the front, draped in black, his face as welcoming as a locked door. Harry sat between Ron and Neville, with Hermione directly behind. The Slytherins were on the other side of the room, and Malfoy was watching Harry with an expression that was less hostile than Harry had expected. More, evaluating. Snape took roll call. When he reached Harry's name, he paused. Ah, yes. Harry Potter. Our new celebrity. The word hung in the air. A few Slytherins snickered. Tell me, Potter, Snape said. What would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood? Harry stared at him. Behind him, Hermione's hand shot up. I don't know, sir. Clearly. Let's try again. Where would you look if I told you to find me a bezoar? I don't know, sir. Apparently fame isn't everything. Snape's lip curled. Then something flickered in his expression, brief, quickly suppressed, and he seemed to catch himself. He glanced away from Harry, and when he looked back, the sneer was still there but the venom had been dialed down. Just slightly. Just enough to notice. Asphodel and wormwood make the draught of living death. A bezoar can be found in the stomach of a goat. Write that down. Harry wrote it down. Beside him, Ron muttered, charming bloke. But Harry was watching Snape, and he'd seen the hesitation. The man who'd sat frozen while Lily's ghost burned in the Great Hall. The man who'd gone to the hospital wing at midnight and asked Madame Pomfrey to check for abuse. Snape wasn't what he appeared to be. Harry didn't know what he was, friend, enemy, something more complicated, but the mask had slipped, and Harry had seen behind it. The rest of the lesson was tense but survivable. Snape prowled among the cauldrons, criticizing everything, but he didn't single Harry out again. When Neville's potion turned an alarming shade of orange, Snape vanished it with a flick of his wand and said, "Start over, Longbottom," without the withering cruelty Harry had somehow expected. Neville started over. His hands were shaking, but he started over. After class, Harry lingered. Ron and Neville waited by the door, but Harry waved them on. Go ahead. I'll catch up. They left reluctantly. Harry approached Snape's desk. The potions master was cleaning cauldrons with sharp, efficient wand movements and didn't look up. Something you need, Potter. You went to see Madame Pomfrey last night. After everything. You told her to check me for, Harry paused. Why? Snape's wand stopped moving. He still didn't look up, but his jaw tightened. I'm sure I don't know what you're referring to. She told me this morning. She said a faculty member requested additional diagnostic checks. She wouldn't say who, but, Harry shrugged. Process of elimination. Silence. A jar of something pickled bubbled faintly on a shelf. Go to dinner, Potter. Professor, I said go. Snape looked up, and his black eyes were unreadable, polished obsidian, reflecting nothing. Whatever you think you know about last night, whatever conclusions you're drawing, I suggest you stop. I am not your friend. I am not your ally. I am your professor, and you will treat me accordingly. Harry held his gaze. He should have been scared. He was 11, and this man was sharp and cold and radiating do not approach energy from every pore. But Harry had faced worse. He'd faced Uncle Vernon's belt and Aunt Petunia's silence and 10 years of being told he was nothing. He'd faced a Dark Lord as a baby and a mother's ghost as a child. Snape wasn't the scariest thing in Harry's life. Not even close. You knew my mum, Harry said quietly. She looked at you last night. Not at anyone else. At you. Snape's mask cracked. It was tiny, a tremor at the corner of his mouth, a widening of the eyes that was there and gone in a heartbeat, but Harry saw it. Out, Snape whispered. Now. Harry left. He walked down the dungeon corridor toward the stairs, and he was halfway to the entrance hall when he heard, or thought he heard, the distant sound of glass breaking, as if someone in an underground office had swept a jar off a shelf with a shaking hand. That evening, the Gryffindor common room was a war zone of a different sort. The first years had their own cluster by the fire, Harry, Ron, Neville, Hermione, and the other Gryffindor first years who orbited them with varying degrees of proximity. Dean Thomas was sketching in a notebook. Seamus Finnegan was reading the Prophet with his mouth hanging open. Lavender Brown and Parvati Patil were whispering in a corner, shooting Harry looks that were equal parts sympathy and fascination. But it was the older students who made the room crackle. The Weasley twins had set up what they called a war council at the big table by the window, which consisted of a map of the school, a stack of prophets, and a plate of sandwiches they'd smuggled from the kitchen. Right, said Fred, or George. Here's what we know. Dumbledore sealed the Potter will. That's confirmed. Sirius Black didn't get a trial. That's confirmed. Harry lived in a cupboard. Confirmed and deeply messed up. The question, said the other twin, is what else don't we know? Loads, probably, said Lee Jordan, who was sitting on the windowsill. My mum says Dumbledore's been running things for so long nobody even knows what things are anymore. He's Chief Warlock, Supreme Mugwump, Headmaster, that's 3 of the most powerful positions in magical Britain held by one man. Was Chief Warlock, Percy Weasley corrected from his armchair, where he was reading a letter from the ministry. Percy had been uncharacteristically quiet all day, his prefect's badge slightly askew, as if the foundation on which he'd built his respect for authority had developed a significant crack. Madame Bones filed for his temporary suspension this afternoon. The Wisengamot will vote on it Thursday. Same day as the will unsealing? Ron asked. Same session. It's going to be, Percy searched for the word. Chaos, Fred supplied. A circus, George added. I was going to say, historically significant, Percy said, but yes. Probably also those things. Harry sat by the fire and let the conversation flow around him. He should have been exhausted, he was exhausted, bone deep, the kind of tired that sleep wouldn't fix, but his mind wouldn't stop turning. Every few minutes, he'd feel the warmth in his chest pulse, and he'd think of his mother's face, and the grief would hit him fresh, a wave he couldn't get ahead of. She'd been right there. Close enough to touch, if touching had been possible. And she'd spent her handful of minutes not holding him, not comforting him, but fighting for him. Exposing lies. Burning down the careful edifice that Dumbledore had built over 10 years. She'd chosen truth over tenderness, and Harry was only beginning to understand what that choice had cost her. Hermione sat down next to him. She'd changed out of her school robes into a jumper that was slightly too big, and without the armor of academic intensity, she looked very young and very serious. I found something else, she said quietly. In the library. Of course you did. It's about your scar. Harry's hand went to his forehead automatically. There's almost nothing written about curse scars from the killing curse, for obvious reasons, nobody survives it. But there's a section in Magic Most Evil about dark magical residue. When extremely powerful dark magic interacts with equally powerful protective magic, the collision can leave they call it a mark of confluence. A point where the two magics are still interacting. Interacting how? Hermione bit her lip. The book wasn't specific. It's a very old text, and frankly, half of it reads like someone writing about things they don't fully understand. But it implied that a mark of confluence is active. Not just a scar. More like a door. Harry said, thinking of the dark thing the Sorting Hat had mentioned. Hermione looked startled. That's actually a better metaphor than anything in the book. Why did you say that? The hat said something. When it was in my head. It found my mum, the piece of her magic that was in me, but it also found something else. Something dark. Behind the scar. It pulled away from it. Hermione went very still. Harry, that's really important information. I know. Have you told anyone? I'm telling you. She stared at him, and he could see the gears turning behind her brown eyes. We need to research this more. A lot more. And we should probably tell Professor McGonagal, not yet. I want to understand it first. I don't want to hand it to the adults and have them decide what it means and what to do about it. Not again. Hermione opened her mouth, clearly ready to argue, and then closed it. She nodded slowly. Okay. But we research it properly. Systematically. I'll put together a reading list. Harry smiled. He couldn't help it. You're going to be very useful to have around, Hermione Granger. I know, she said, without a shred of false modesty. And Harry? Yeah. For what it's worth, I think your mum was the bravest person I've ever heard of. And I've read about a lot of people. Harry's throat did the tight thing again. He nodded, because speaking would have cracked something he was working very hard to hold together. Later, much later, when the common room had emptied and the fire had burned down to coals, Harry lay in his four-poster bed in the first-year boys' dormitory. His curtains were drawn. Ron was snoring softly in the next bed. Neville was murmuring something in his sleep. Harry pressed his hand to his chest, over his heart, where the warmth lived. Mum, he whispered. I don't know if you can hear me. But I'm going to do what you said. I'm going to find Sirius. I'm going to get the will unsealed. I'm going to ask questions and think for myself and not trust anyone who won't look me in the eye. The warmth pulsed. Just once. Soft and steady. And I'm going to figure out what's behind this scar. Whatever it is. Because you didn't die to protect a mystery. You died to protect me, and I owe you more than letting other people decide what that means. He closed his eyes. The castle settled around him, ancient stone, ancient magic, 1,000 years of secrets soaked into every brick. Somewhere far away, in a cell in Azkaban, a gaunt man with matted black hair sat in the dark and stared at a copy of the Daily Prophet that a careless guard had left within reach. The headline screamed about ghosts and lies and a boy in a cupboard, and the man read it 3 times, and on the 3rd reading, he began to laugh. It was not a sane laugh. 10 years of Dementors had taken most of his sanity and all of his weight and nearly all of his hope. But buried under the madness, something sparked. Sirius Black pressed the newspaper to his chest and held it like a lifeline. Lily, you magnificent witch, he rasped. You absolute genius. And in a tower in Hogwarts, a man in a purple turban sat alone in his chambers and pressed his hand to the back of his head, where something lived that shouldn't have been alive. The boy is stronger than anticipated, Quirrell whispered. No, said a voice that came from nowhere and everywhere. The mother is stronger. The boy is still just a boy. What do we do? We wait. Let them tear each other apart over old secrets. The stone is still unguarded, and every eye in this castle is looking at Dumbledore instead of me. A thin, cold laugh. The dead woman has done us a favor, Quirrell. Let's not waste it. Quirrell shuddered and pulled his turban tighter. In the great hall below, the candles burned on. Chapter 3, The Will of the Potters. Thursday arrived like a storm front. Harry had spent the 3 days between the sorting and the Wisengamot session trying to be a normal student, which was roughly as effective as trying to be invisible while on fire. He went to classes. He ate meals. He practiced wand movements and memorized potion ingredients and learned that history of magic was taught by a ghost who had apparently died of boredom and was now inflicting the same fate on others. But normal was a costume that didn't fit. Everywhere Harry went, the whispers followed. Students pointed. Professors watched him with expressions ranging from pity to wariness to something uncomfortably close to reverence. The Daily Prophet ran a new story every morning, each one peeling back another layer of Dumbledore's decades-long accumulation of power, each one generating another avalanche of owls. On Tuesday, the Prophet had run interviews with former Order of the Phoenix members, anonymous, of course, who confirmed that Lily and James Potter had changed secret keepers shortly before their deaths. On Wednesday, they'd published a photograph of the cupboard under the stairs at number 4, Privet Drive, which some enterprising reporter had managed to obtain. The photograph showed a small, dark space with a thin mattress, a broken toy soldier, and the words Harry's room scratched into the wall in a child's handwriting. Harry hadn't known someone had taken that photo until he saw it at breakfast, staring up at him from the front page while Ron tried to shield him from the image and Hermione went very quiet and Neville accidentally crushed his juice glass in his fist. "Don't look at it," Ron said. "I lived in it," Harry said. "Looking at it isn't the hard part." Now it was Thursday morning, and Harry was standing in McGonagal's office wearing borrowed dress robes that were slightly too long in the sleeves, trying not to throw up. "The Wisengamot chamber is in the lowest level of the ministry," McGonagal said, adjusting his collar with brisk, maternal efficiency. "We'll travel by flue from my office fireplace." "Have you used flue powder before?" "No. It's straightforward. Step into the fire, speak your destination clearly, and try not to inhale the ash." "Step into the fire," Harry repeated. "Sure. Normal day." McGonagal almost smiled. "You'll be fine, Potter. I'll go first. Follow immediately after." She took a pinch of glittering powder from a pot on the mantel, stepped into the fireplace, said, "Ministry of Magic, Atrium," in a voice that could have cut diamond, and vanished in a whoosh of green flame. Harry stared at the empty fireplace. The flames had returned to their normal orange, crackling cheerfully, as if a woman hadn't just disappeared into them. "Right," he said to nobody. Took the powder. Stepped in. The fire was warm but didn't burn. Ministry of Magic, Atrium. The world spun. Fireplaces flashed past, glimpses of rooms, faces, a startled cat, and then he was stumbling out onto a polished dark wood floor, coughing ash, and McGonagal was catching his elbow to keep him upright. The Ministry of Magic Atrium was enormous. A long hall with a peacock blue ceiling, golden symbols moving across it like fish in a river. A fountain stood in the center, golden statues of a witch, a wizard, a centaur, a goblin, and a house elf, all looking noble and unified in a way that Harry suspected was more aspirational than accurate. Witches and wizards streamed past, most of them too busy to notice an 11-year-old in too long robes. But a few stopped. A few stared. "This way," McGonagal said, steering him toward a set of lifts. "And do try not to gape, Potter. You're a Potter. Act like the atrium is yours." "Is it?" "Your family helped build it, so in a manner of speaking, yes." The lift took them down. Level after level, each announced by a cool female voice. Level 2, Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Level 7, Department of Magical Games and Sports. Down and down until, Level 10. Courtrooms. The doors opened onto a stone corridor that was noticeably colder than the rest of the ministry. Torches burned in brackets on the walls, and the air had a damp, underground quality that reminded Harry unpleasantly of the Dursley's cellar. Amelia Bones was waiting for them. She wore formal plum robes with the silver W of the Wizengamot embroidered on the chest, and her expression was the careful blankness of someone about to go into battle. "Mr. Potter. Professor McGonagal. Good. You're early." "I prefer early to late," McGonagal said. "Who's inside?" "Most of the Wizengamot. Full session. I invoked emergency protocols. Dumbledore is present, as is his legal counsel. He brought a lawyer. He brought 3. Bones glanced at Harry. "Are you ready for this?" Harry's stomach was a clenched fist. "Yes. You won't be required to speak unless you choose to. But if you do speak, speak clearly, speak truthfully, and do not let anyone make you feel small. You have every right to be in that room. More right than most." She led them through a heavy wooden door and into the Wizengamot chamber. It was a circular room, lined with tiered benches that rose steeply on all sides, an amphitheater of dark stone, lit by torches that cast everything in flickering amber. The benches were already nearly full. Witches and wizards in plum robes sat in clusters, murmuring to each other. In the front row, Harry spotted a few faces he recognized from chocolate frog cards. In the back rows, he saw reporters, quills poised, quick quotes quills already scribbling. At the center of the room, on the stone floor, stood a single chair with chains on its arms. It was empty, but it radiated menace. Dumbledore sat on one of the lower benches, flanked by 3 wizards in expensive-looking robes who were presumably his lawyers. He wore deep purple, almost black, and his face was composed, calm, and utterly unreadable. When Harry entered, Dumbledore's eyes found him immediately, and something passed across his features, a flicker of something that might have been regret. Or might have been strategy. Harry was learning to tell the difference. Bones directed Harry and McGonagal to seats on the opposite side of the chamber, near the front. A goblin in formal armor stood nearby. Harry recognized the Gringotts crest on his breastplate. "That's Ragnarok," McGonagal murmured. "Senior accounts manager for the Potter Vault. He's here to present the will." "A goblin?" "Gringotts holds the original document. The Ministry has a sealed copy, but the goblins insisted on presenting the original. They are not pleased that a legal instrument filed with their bank was overridden by a human authority." "Are goblins ever pleased?" "Occasionally. Usually when someone else is upset." A gavel cracked. The murmuring stopped. An elderly witch at the highest bench, the chief witch, Harry guessed, since the chief warlock was currently the one on trial, called the session to order. "We are convened for emergency session number 741 of the Wizengamot," she said. Her voice was reedy but carried authority. "2 matters before us today. First, the petition to unseal the last will and testament of James Fleamont Potter and Lily Jane Potter, née Evans. Second, the motion to temporarily suspend Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore from the office of Chief Warlock, pending investigation into abuse of said office." She looked down at Dumbledore. "Albus. You have the right to counsel and the right to address this body. Do you understand the proceedings?" "I do, Griselda," Dumbledore said. "And I thank the Wizengamot for its diligence." Smooth. Harry had to give him that. Even cornered, the man was polished. "We'll begin with the will," the chief witch, Griselda, apparently, said. "Madam Bones, present your petition." Bones stood. "The Department of Magical Law Enforcement petitions for the immediate unsealing of the Potter will, sealed on November 2, 1981, by then-Chief Warlock Albus Dumbledore under wartime emergency powers. Under Section 14 of the Wizarding Estate Act, a sealed will must be unsealed within 30 days of the cessation of hostilities. The last Wizarding War officially ended on November 1, 1981. It has been 10 years. The sealing is, by any interpretation of the law, illegal." Murmurs rippled through the chamber. One of Dumbledore's lawyers stood. If it please the court, the cessation of hostilities is a matter of interpretation. The Dark Lord was not confirmed dead. Residual Death Eater activity continued for months. The Ministry declared the war over on November 1, 1981, Bones said, without looking at the lawyer. That declaration has never been rescinded. Unless counsel is suggesting the Ministry's own proclamation was invalid, the 30-day limit applies. The lawyer sat down. The will, please, Griselda said. Ragnock the Goblin stepped forward. He was short, sharp-featured, and radiated the particular energy of someone who considered human legal proceedings to be quaint and slightly beneath him. He carried a bronze case, which he opened with a key that materialized from thin air. Inside was a single sheet of parchment, yellowed with age, protected by a faintly glowing preservation charm. The last will and testament of James and Lily Potter, Ragnock said, his voice cutting through the chamber like a blade. Executed September 3, 1981. Witnessed by Gringotts Senior Solicitor Goldtooth and filed with Gringotts London in accordance with Goblin Wizard banking treaties. A sealed copy was filed with the Ministry the same day. He unrolled the parchment and began to read. Harry had known what it would say. His mother's ghost had told him the broad strokes. But hearing the actual words his parents had written, in their own voices, read aloud in this cold stone chamber, was something else entirely. We, James Fleamont Potter and Lily Jane Potter, née Evans, being of sound mind and magical capacity, do hereby declare our wishes regarding the care of our son, Harry James Potter, in the event of our deaths. Ragnock read with goblin precision, no emotion, no inflection, just the words themselves, which needed no embellishment. Guardianship of Harry James Potter shall pass, in order of priority, to the following. First, Sirius Black, godfather to Harry, brother in all ways that matter. We trust him with our son's life as we have trusted him with our own. A murmur. Harry gripped the edge of his seat. Second, Alice and Frank Longbottom. If Sirius is unable to serve, we ask Alice and Frank to raise Harry alongside their own son, Neville. Our families were bound in friendship and in war, and we know they would love Harry as their own. Harry thought of Neville, back at Hogwarts, waiting for news. His chest ached. Third, Minerva McGonagal. If neither Sirius nor the Longbottoms are able to serve, we ask our beloved former professor and mentor to take guardianship of Harry. Minerva is the finest which we know, and the most principled. We trust her judgment above almost anyone's. McGonagal, sitting beside Harry, made a sound. Small. Almost inaudible. Harry didn't look at her, because he knew she wouldn't want him to see her face right now. Ragnock continued. In the event that none of the above-named guardians is able to serve, Harry should be placed with a suitable wizarding family, to be selected by Gringotts in consultation with the Wizengamot. Preference should be given to families who will ensure Harry's connection to the magical world, his knowledge of his heritage, and his emotional well-being. The goblin paused. When he resumed, his voice was the same flat monotone, but the words hit like hammer blows. Under no circumstances shall Harry be placed in the care of Petunia Desley, née Evans, or Vernon Desley. Our reasons are as follows. Petunia has expressed open hostility toward the magical world since childhood. She has been verbally abusive to Lily on multiple occasions. Vernon Desley has expressed views about magical people that we consider dangerous and dehumanizing. We believe that placing Harry with the Desleys would constitute neglect at best and abuse at worst, and we explicitly, unequivocally, and with full legal force prohibit this placement. The chamber was silent. Completely, absolutely silent. 200 witches and wizards staring at a goblin holding a dead couple's wishes in his clawed hands. Ragnock rolled the parchment. So reads the will. Signed by James Potter, Lily Potter, and witnessed by Goldtooth of Gringotts. Griselda turned to Dumbledore. Albus. The will explicitly prohibits the placement you made. You sealed this document, preventing its execution. Explain. Dumbledore stood. The three lawyers tried to stand with him, but he waved them back, a small, impatient gesture that said more than words could about who was actually in charge. Griselda. Members of the Wisengamot. I sealed the Potter will because I believed, and continue to believe, that the circumstances demanded extraordinary measures. He paused, letting the silence build. The man knew how to command a room. On the night of October 31st, 1981, Lord Voldemort gasps. Flinches. Even here, even among the most powerful witches and wizards in Britain, the name landed like a slap. Attacked the Potter home at Godric's Hollow. He killed James. He killed Lily. He attempted to kill Harry and failed, destroyed by Lily's sacrificial protection. But he was not killed. I have evidence I have been compiling for a decade, that Voldemort survived in some diminished form and will one day return. The chamber rippled. Bones's expression didn't change, but her quill stopped moving. In that context, Dumbledore continued, the safety of Harry Potter was the paramount concern. Not his comfort. Not his happiness. His survival. Lily Potter's sacrifice created a protection that was anchored in blood, in the shared blood between Harry and his mother's last living relative, Petunia Dursley. By placing Harry in Petunia's home, I activated ancient blood wards that made number 4, Privet Drive the safest place in Britain for that child. The ghost of Lily Potter herself contradicted that claim, Bones said. She stated that the protection lives in Harry, not in the Dursley home. With the greatest respect to Lily's spirit, Dumbledore said, and Harry heard the careful emphasis, the subtle undermining, she has been dead for 10 years. The nature of her own sacrifice may not be fully known to her. I have studied the magic extensively. The blood wards were real, they were functional, and they kept Harry alive. They kept him in a cupboard, said a voice from the upper benches. Heads turned. A stocky, red-haired wizard had stood up. Harry didn't recognize him, but Ron would have. It was Arthur Weasley's brother-in-law, a minor member of the Wisengamot named Reginald Pruitt. They kept him unfed, unloved, and unaware of his own heritage, Pruitt continued. We've all seen the photographs. We've all read the reports. Whatever the wards did for his physical safety, they did nothing for his welfare. And I'd remind the Chief Warlock, former Chief Warlock, that a child's welfare is the standard by which guardianship is judged in wizarding law. Not mere survival. A murmur of agreement swept the benches. Dumbledore's expression didn't change, but Harry saw his hands tighten slightly on the folds of his robe. Moreover, Pruitt said, the will names 3 suitable guardians before the Dursleys are even mentioned. 3. All of them magical. All of them loving. All of them prepared. And you bypassed every single one. Sirius Black was in Azkaban, without a trial that you, as Chief Warlock, could have demanded. Alice and Frank Longbottom were incapacitated, before or after the will was sealed. The Longbottoms were attacked on November 3rd. The will was sealed on November 2nd. You sealed it one day before the Longbottoms were taken out of the picture, Albus. One day. While they were still available, still capable, still alive and sane and ready to take that boy in. The silence that followed was devastating. Harry's mind raced. November 2nd. The will was sealed November 2nd. The Longbottoms were attacked November 3rd. Which meant that when Dumbledore sealed the will, Alice and Frank Longbottom had been a perfectly viable option. He'd sealed it anyway. Dumbledore's face was very still. The timeline is, unfortunate. Unfortunate, Pruitt repeated, with the same disgusted intonation McGonagal had used days before. That seems to be the word of the week. Griselda cracked her gavel. We will vote on the unsealing. All in favor? Hands rose across the chamber. Harry tried to count, 50, 60, more. A wave of plum-robed arms. Opposed? A handful. Maybe 10. Dumbledore's allies, those who still had faith, or those who owed him debts. Harry watched their faces and memorized them. "The will is unsealed," Griselda said. "Its provisions shall be executed with immediate effect, subject to the availability of named guardians. Gringotts will be directed to release the Potter estate to its rightful heir. The custodial placement of Harry Potter with the Dursley family is hereby revoked." Revoked. The word landed in Harry's chest like a key turning in a lock. He was never going back. Never going back to the cupboard, the locked door, the hunger, the smallness. It was over. McGonagal's hand found his shoulder and squeezed. He didn't look at her. If he looked at her, he was going to cry, and he wasn't going to cry in front of the Wizengamot. "We move to the second matter," Griselda said. "The suspension of the chief warlock." This part was uglier. Dumbledore's lawyers earned their fee. They argued precedent, procedure, jurisdictional limitations. They cited wartime powers, extenuating circumstances, the unique nature of the threat. They pointed out that Dumbledore had served the Wizengamot faithfully for decades, that his defeat of Grindelwald had saved the entire European magical community, that his judgment had been trusted through 2 wars. Bones countered with facts. The sealed will. The absence of trial records for Sirius Black. The documented reports from Arabella Figg, which she produced, a stack of parchment 2 inches thick, each one describing conditions at number 4 that made several Wizengamot members visibly ill. Mrs. Figg reported in March of 1984 that Harry Potter was observed wearing clothes several sizes too large and appeared significantly underweight, Bones read. Her report was filed with the headmaster's office at Hogwarts. No action was taken. She picked up another. In June of 1986, Mrs. Figg reported that Harry Potter had a black eye and a split lip. When asked, the child said he had fallen down. Mrs. Figg noted that this was the 3rd such injury in 4 months. Her report was filed with the headmaster's office. No action was taken. Another. In September of 1989, Mrs. Figg reported that Harry Potter was locked out of the Dursley home during a rainstorm and found sheltering under a hedge. He was 9 years old. Her report was filed with the headmaster's office. Bones set the stack down. No action was taken. She looked at Dumbledore. "In your own words, headmaster." "Why?" Dumbledore was quiet for a long time. The chamber waited. Harry waited. "Because I believed the wards were more important than the conditions," Dumbledore said. His voice was lower now, stripped of its oratorical polish. This was the real voice again, the one Harry had heard in the hospital wing. "Because I believed that Voldemort's return was not a question of if but when, and that when he returned, Harry would need to be alive. Everything else, comfort, happiness, a childhood worth having, was secondary to that single imperative." "You made that choice for a child who couldn't make it for himself," Bones said. "Yes." "Without consulting any of the people who loved him." "Yes." "Without legal authority." A pause. "Yes." "And you would do it again." The longest pause yet. Every eye in the chamber fixed on Dumbledore. Harry could hear his own heartbeat. "I hope," Dumbledore said slowly, "that I would find a better way. But if the choice were between Harry's safety and Harry's happiness, between his life and his childhood," he looked at Harry, and his eyes were neither twinkling nor calculating. They were just tired. "Yes. I would choose his life. Every time." The vote was closer than the will unsealing but not close enough to save him. Dumbledore was suspended as chief warlock by a margin of roughly 2-1. The investigation into his conduct would continue. He retained his position as headmaster. The Board of Governors, not the Wizengamot, controlled that appointment, but Bones made it clear that the DMLE would be watching. "Hogwarts is not your personal fiefdom, Albus," she said as the session adjourned. "The days of governing by assumed trust are over." Dumbledore nodded. He gathered his robes, said something quiet to his lawyers, and left the chamber without looking back. Harry sat in his seat for a long time after the room emptied. McGonagal stayed with him. "How do you feel?" she asked. "I don't know." He looked at the chair with the chains. "He really thinks he was right." "He does." "Is he?" McGonagal was quiet for a moment. "He's right that the threat is real. He may be right that Voldemort will return. But he is wrong, profoundly, inexcusably wrong, about the method. You do not save a child by destroying their childhood. That is not protection. That is sacrifice by another name." Harry thought about that. "He said he'd choose my life over my happiness. And that is his flaw, Potter. He sees those as separate things." The Gringotts goblin was waiting for them in the atrium. Ragnar stood with his arms crossed and a look of professional impatience that suggested he had better things to do but was willing to tolerate human inefficiency for the sake of business. "Mr. Potter. Now that the will is unsealed, you have full access to the Potter family vault. As your parents' sole heir, you are entitled to the contents of Vault 687, your trust vault, as well as the main Potter family vault, number 712, which will be held in trust until your 17th birthday." "I visited Vault 687 with Hagrid," Harry said. "Before term started." "The trust vault, yes. A modest holding. The family vault is, considerably more substantial." Ragnar's expression was the goblin equivalent of a smirk. "Your family was among the oldest and wealthiest in magical Britain, Mr. Potter. The vault contains gold, property deeds, family heirlooms, and," he paused. "A letter." "A letter?" "Left by your parents. Keyed to you specifically, it will only open at your touch. It has been waiting for 10 years. Harry's pulse thudded in his ears. "Can I see it?" "Now." Ragnar glanced at McGonagal, who nodded. "We can arrange a brief visit to the vault. Follow me." Gringotts was as Harry remembered it: white marble, bronze doors, goblins behind counters who looked at humans the way librarians look at overdue books. But this time, instead of the relatively shallow descent to Vault 687, the cart plunged deep. Very deep. The air grew cold, then colder, and Harry's ears popped twice before the cart finally screeched to a halt in front of a massive vault door that looked like it had been carved from a single block of stone. Ragnar pressed his palm to the door. It glowed, rumbled, and swung open. Harry stepped inside and forgot how to breathe. Vault 712 was the size of a small house. Gold galleons were piled in mountains along the walls, but they were almost an afterthought compared to what else was there. Suits of armor. Paintings, real ones, that moved and murmured. Shelves of books bound in leather and dragon hide. A rack of wands, each one humming faintly. Jewelry. Goblin-forged weapons. And in the center of it all, on a small marble pedestal, a single envelope. It was cream-colored, slightly yellowed, and sealed with red wax stamped with the Potter family crest, a stag and a lily, intertwined. Harry crossed the vault in a kind of trance. He picked up the envelope. The wax seal glowed warm at his touch and fell away. Inside was a letter. 2 pages, written in 2 different handwriting styles, one messy and sprawling, one neat and precise. Harry read it standing in the middle of his family's fortune, surrounded by 1,000 years of history, with a goblin watching from the doorway and his professor waiting outside. "Dear Harry, if you're reading this, then the worst has happened, and your mom and I aren't there to tell you this in person. I'm sorry about that. I'm so sorry, mate. We tried. First things first, you're going to be okay. I know that sounds ridiculous coming from a letter, how would I know, right? But I know because I know you. You're 6 months old as I write this, and you've already got your mum's stubbornness and my hair, sorry about that, and a laugh that could make a Dementor smile. You're going to be brilliant, Harry. Whatever comes. Your mum is going to write the practical stuff. I want to tell you the important stuff. You were loved. From the second we knew about you, you were the most loved person in the world. Every single choice we made from that moment on was about keeping you safe and giving you the best life we could. If we died doing that, then we died doing the thing we were most proud of. Don't mourn us too long, Harry. Live. Live loudly and messily and bravely, and break some rules while you're at it. Your mum is reading over my shoulder and says, not too many rules, ignore her. Trust Sirius. He's a nutter, but he's our nutter, and he loves you almost as much as we do. Trust Remus. He's the smartest person we know and the kindest, and he'll always tell you the truth even when it hurts. Trust Minerva. She pretends to be strict, but she cried when you were born, and if you ever tell her I told you that, my ghost will haunt you. Be careful around Dumbledore. I know that sounds strange, he's our leader, our general, the great Albus Dumbledore. But your mum and I have noticed things. Small things. The way he maneuvers people. The way he holds information like a weapon. He's not evil, I want to be clear about that. But he plays a long game, and I'm not always sure the people on his board know their pieces. I love you, Harry. Dad. Harry turned the page. The handwriting changed, cleaner, more deliberate, but with a warmth that came through in the curves of the letters. My darling boy, your father has said the emotional things, so let me say the practical ones, though I reserve the right to be emotional at the end. The vault you're standing in contains the Potter family fortune. It's substantial. Don't let anyone control it on your behalf without your explicit consent, not the Ministry, not Dumbledore, not Gringotts, no offense, Ragnarok, if you're still managing the account. The goblins have instructions to provide you with a full accounting on your 11th birthday. There are properties, the cottage at Godric's Hollow, or what remains of it, a flat in London, and a country house in Wales called Tai Serig that's been in the Potter family for 200 years. If you need somewhere safe, go there. The wards are Potter blood keyed and are separate from anything Dumbledore has touched. I've left notes on defensive magic, potions, and enchantments in the blue trunk on the left side of the vault. I was an unspeakable before you were born, yes, really, your father thought it was hilarious, and some of what I learned may be useful to you. The notes are keyed to your magical signature. No one else can read them. Now the emotional bit. Harry, I'm writing this while you sleep in the next room. I can hear you breathing through the baby monitor. Your father is downstairs arguing with Sirius about Quidditch. It's a Tuesday. It's raining. It's the most ordinary night in the world, and I am terrified, because I know that the ordinary nights are numbered. If you're reading this, then I'm gone. I can't pretend that doesn't break me. But I need you to know something, whatever happens, whatever you face, you are not alone. The love I have for you is not a memory, Harry. It's a living thing. I've made sure of it. The magic I've woven into your blood is more than a shield, it's me. All the best parts of me, the parts that loved you so fiercely it changed the laws of magic. Carry that with you. Let it make you brave. And if you ever feel warm for no reason, that's me too. All my love, forever and always, Mum. Harry folded the letter and put it in his pocket, next to his heart. He stood in the vault and breathed and didn't cry, not because he didn't want to but because the tears wouldn't come. The emotion was too big for tears. It filled him completely, pressed against the walls of his chest, and he thought, I am the wealthiest person in this building, and it's got nothing to do with the gold. He found the blue trunk on the left side of the vault. It was small, bound in dragon hide, and locked with a clasp that warmed when he touched it and clicked open. Inside were notebooks, dozens of them, filled with his mother's careful handwriting. Defense formulas. Potion modifications. Theoretical work on protective enchantments. And at the very top, a note, for Harry. When he's ready. Harry closed the trunk and picked it up. It was lighter than it looked. I'd like to take this with me, he told Ragnarok. The goblin nodded. It is yours by right. Is there anything else? Harry looked around the vault. The gold, the artifacts, the centuries of history. All of it his. All of it waiting. Not yet, he said. But I'll be back. They returned to Hogwarts by Floo. Harry tumbled out of McGonagal's fireplace covered in ash for the second time that day, clutching the blue trunk like a lifeline. Ron, Neville, and Hermione were waiting in McGonagal's outer office, sitting in a row on the bench like patients in a waiting room. Well? Ron demanded. The will's unsealed. Dumbledore's suspended as Chief Warlock. And I have a letter from my parents. Ron's face broke into a grin. Neville pumped his fist. Hermione looked like she was trying very hard not to ask 60 questions at once. Can I? She caught herself. You don't have to share it if it's private. Some of it's private, Harry said. But some of it isn't. He looked at Neville. My parents named your parents as my guardians, Neville. Second choice, after Sirius. They wrote that our families were bound in friendship, and that they knew your mum and dad would love me as their own. Neville's face did something complicated. His eyes went bright and his jaw went tight and he looked away, blinking hard. Gran was right, he said hoarsely. She always said Mum and your mum were close. She just never, nobody ever said how close. Harry put his hand on Neville's shoulder. We're connected. Whether we knew it or not. Neville nodded. Cleared his throat. Straightened his spine. Right. Okay. So what do we do now? Now, Harry said, we open my mum's notes and find out what she left me. They spread the contents of the blue trunk across the floor of an empty classroom on the 3rd floor, the closest one they could find that wasn't locked or haunted or both. Hermione cast a locking charm on the door that was impressive for a first year and slightly illegal, but nobody commented. The notebooks were organized meticulously. Each one was labeled and dated. Lily had been a researcher, Harry realized, not just a witch who could do magic, but someone who understood the underlying theory, the way a physicist understands the math behind motion. These are incredible, Hermione breathed, turning pages with reverent fingers. She derived the theoretical basis for the Fidelius charm modification. Nobody's done that. Harry, this is publishable research. She was an unspeakable, Harry said. She said so in the letter. An unspeakable. Ron looked blank. What's that? Department of Mysteries, Hermione said absently, still reading. The most classified branch of the ministry. They study the fundamental nature of magic, time, death, love, consciousness. Nobody knows exactly what they do because they're unspeakable. Catchy name. Harry found the notebook he was looking for, the one labeled Protective Enchantments, Blood Magic, Theoretical Framework. He opened it and started reading. Most of it was beyond him. Way beyond him. The magical notation was dense, and Lily used shorthand he couldn't decipher. But scattered among the formulas were plain language notes, thoughts, hypotheses, observations written in a less formal hand, as if she'd been thinking out loud. One passage caught his eye. The common understanding of sacrificial protection is wrong, or at least incomplete. The standard model suggests that a willing sacrifice creates a static shield, a one-time defensive enchantment anchored to a location or a person. But my experiment suggests something more dynamic. The protection isn't a wall. It's a resonance. It lives in the recipient's magical core and adapts to new threats. It grows with the person it protects. Implication, the protection I weave into Harry won't just stop a single curse. If the theory holds, it will become part of his magic, evolving as he evolves. The more he understands it, the more he can consciously wield it. Need to test further. Running out of time. Harry read the passage 3 times. Then he showed it to Hermione. She figured it out, Hermione said slowly. Before she died. She knew the protection would grow with you. That it wasn't passive. Dumbledore told the Wizengamot it was anchored to Petunia's house, Harry said. Blood wards. Static. Location-based. But your mum's research says it's in you. In your core. Dynamic and adaptive. They looked at each other. He either didn't know, Harry said, or he lied. Given everything else he's done, Hermione said carefully, which do you think is more likely? Harry didn't answer. He didn't need to. Ron, who had been reading over Harry's shoulder with the expression of someone trying to follow a conversation in a foreign language, said, "Mate, your mum was terrifying." In the best way. Yeah, Harry said. She was. They worked through the notebooks for 2 more hours. Hermione made an index. Ron organized the physical notebooks by date. Neville, who turned out to have a surprisingly good eye for detail, found a notebook devoted entirely to herbology-based protective magic that made him light up like a Christmas tree. She cross-referenced Alahatsi leaves with moly, Neville said, with more excitement than Harry had ever heard in his voice. Nobody does that. The interaction would be, I need to test this. You can use the greenhouses, Harry said. If Sprout lets you. Sprout will let me. She likes me. I'm the only first year who's never killed a plant. By the time they finished, it was past dinner. They snuck down to the kitchens. Fred and George had given Ron directions involving a painting of a fruit bowl, and a squadron of house elves fed them so enthusiastically that they had to waddle back upstairs. Harry lay in bed that night with his mother's letter on his chest and her notebooks under his pillow and the warmth inside him burning steady and strong. Tomorrow, the investigation would continue. Tomorrow, Sirius Black's case would move forward. Tomorrow, Dumbledore would begin whatever counter-campaign he was planning, because men like Albus Dumbledore did not accept defeat quietly. But tonight, Harry had something he'd never had before. Not just friends. Not just money or a name or a place in the world. He had a blueprint. A map, drawn by the 2 people who loved him most, showing him not just where to go but how to get there. And somewhere in the dark corridors of Hogwarts, while students slept and professors argued and the castle settled into its ancient rhythms, a man in a purple turban slipped past the enchanted suit of armor on the 3rd floor and pressed his ear to a locked door. Behind the door, something growled. Quirrell pulled back. His face was slick with sweat. "The Cerberus is still in place," he whispered. "Of course it is," said the voice from the back of his head. "Dumbledore is distracted, but he hasn't abandoned the stone. The defenses remain." "Then how, patience, Quirrell. Every professor in this castle is focused on the Potter boy and Dumbledore's disgrace. No one is watching the 3rd floor. We study the defenses. We map them. And when the moment comes, we walk through them like an open door." Quirrell nodded. His hand trembled against the stone wall. "The boy," he said. "The ghost. The magic she demonstrated, if the protection is truly dynamic, as the mother claimed, the boy is 11. He has a dead woman's notes and a head full of secrets he doesn't understand. By the time he figures any of it out, I'll have the stone and a body and he will be an irrelevance. And if he's not?" The voice was quiet for a moment. When it spoke again, it was very cold. "Then I'll kill him the way I should have killed him last time. Properly." Quirrell shuddered. He pulled his turban tight, turned from the 3rd floor corridor, and disappeared into the dark. The door behind him growled once more, then fell silent. Chapter 4, The Man Behind the Curtain. October crept into Hogwarts like a slow tide. The leaves on the grounds turned amber and rust, the lake went grey and choppy, and the castle's corridors filled with drafts that carried the smell of rain and old stone. Harry had been a student for a month, and in that month, the world had rearranged itself around him so completely that the boy who'd arrived on September 1st felt like a stranger wearing his face. He was learning magic. Actually learning it, not just performing it, but understanding it, the way his mother's notebooks taught him to think about it. Charms came easy. Transfiguration came easier. In McGonagal's class, he'd turned his match into a needle on the first day, a button into a beetle by the 2nd week, and by the end of September, he was working on a teacup-to-tortoise transformation that was supposed to be third-year material. McGonagal had watched him do it, the teacup shivering, then sprouting legs, then a shell, then blinking at her with tiny reptilian eyes, and had said, very carefully, "Your mother was the most naturally gifted transfiguration student I ever taught, Potter. I'm beginning to think the title may be inherited." But it wasn't just natural talent. Harry was working. Every night, after the common room emptied, he sat in a corner with his mother's notebooks and a Lumos-lit wand and taught himself things that weren't in the first-year curriculum. Hermione joined him most nights, unable to resist the pull of Lily Potter's research. Ron came too, less for the studying and more because he'd made an unspoken commitment to be wherever Harry was, and Neville showed up because the herbology notebooks had unlocked something in him, a confidence, a purpose, that was changing him by the day. They were a unit now. The school had noticed. The prophet had noticed. The 4 first years who sat together at every meal, studied together in every free period, and walked the corridors in a tight formation that was half friendship and half defensive posture. Someone had started calling them Potter's Army, which Harry hated and Ron thought was hilarious. The political storm hadn't died down. If anything, it was intensifying. Dumbledore's suspension from the Wisengamot had opened a floodgate. Every decision the old wizard had ever made was now under scrutiny, old alliances, old favors, old compromises that had been accepted as the cost of doing business under the most powerful wizard in Britain. The prophet ran daily exposés. The ministry launched 3 separate investigations. Howlers arrived at Hogwarts by the dozen, split roughly evenly between people who thought Dumbledore was a monster and people who thought he was a saint being crucified by an ungrateful public. Through it all, Dumbledore remained at Hogwarts. The Board of Governors had convened an emergency meeting to discuss his position as headmaster, but the vote had been deadlocked, 6 for removal, 6 against, and so he stayed, diminished but present, running the school with his usual apparent serenity while his empire crumbled around him. Harry saw him at meals. The headmaster sat at the center of the staff table, eating, smiling, making conversation, as if nothing had changed. But things had changed. The staff table had developed visible fault lines. McGonagal sat as far from Dumbledore as the table allowed. Flitwick engaged in exaggerated conversation with Sprout whenever Dumbledore tried to speak to him. Snape, as always, sat alone at one end, speaking to no one, watching everything. Only Quirrell seemed unaffected. He stuttered through his meals, knocked things over, and generally maintained the impression of a man whose greatest concern was whether the garlic bread was sufficiently garlicky. Harry watched him sometimes, when the scar prickled, and wondered what it meant that the one professor who made his head hurt was also the one who seemed most interested in pretending everything was normal. It was the second week of October when Dumbledore made his move. Harry was coming out of potions, a particularly grueling session in which Snape had assigned a boil-curing potion and then spent 45 minutes prowling between cauldrons, saying nothing, which was somehow worse than the insults, when he found a folded note on top of his bag. He opened it. The handwriting was elegant, the ink purple. "Harry, I wonder if you might spare an old man an hour of your evening. There are things I would like to say to you, not as headmaster to student, but as one person to another. I will be in my office at 7 o'clock. The password is lemon drop. If you choose not to come, I will understand. Albus Dumbledore." Harry stared at the note. Ron, reading over his shoulder, made a sound of deep suspicion. "Don't go." "I have to." "You absolutely do not have to. He's trying to get you alone so he can do the whole twinkling eyes wise grandfather routine and make you feel sorry for him. Probably. So don't go. Ron." Harry folded the note and put it in his pocket. "He's been controlling my life since before I was born. He's been one step ahead of everyone for decades. The only way I keep up is by understanding how he thinks, and I can't do that from a distance." Ron opened his mouth, closed it, and looked at Harry with an expression that was equal parts frustration and grudging respect. "Fine. But I'm waiting outside." "You can't wait outside the headmaster's office." Watch me. Hermione, when told, had a different reaction. She pulled out a notebook, flipped to a page titled Dumbledore, Known Tactics, and ran her finger down a list. He'll use empathy first, she said. He'll acknowledge wrongdoing, partially, selectively, to establish trust. Then he'll redirect to the larger threat. Voldemort. The prophecy. The stakes. He'll try to make you feel like the argument isn't about him but about something bigger, so that holding him accountable feels petty. Harry blinked. When did you write this? Tuesday. After I finished reading a Muggle book called The Art of War. The parallels were striking. Neville said nothing. He just looked at Harry and said, "Be careful," and the simplicity of it was worth more than any tactical briefing. At 7 o'clock, Harry stood in front of the stone gargoyle that guarded Dumbledore's office. "Lemon drop," he said. The gargoyle sprang aside. A spiral staircase carried Harry upward, and he stepped off at the top into the most extraordinary room he'd ever seen. The headmaster's office was circular, lined with portraits of former headmasters and headmistresses who were all pretending to be asleep and clearly weren't. Silver instruments whirred and puffed on spindly tables. Bookshelves reached the ceiling. And on a golden perch by the door, a magnificent red and gold bird turned its head and fixed Harry with an eye like a burning coal. "That's Fawkes," Dumbledore said. He sat behind his desk, looking older than Harry remembered, the lines on his face deeper, the set of his shoulders heavier. "A phoenix. They're remarkably loyal creatures. Also remarkably stubborn. When they believe something, they believe it absolutely, and no amount of argument will change their minds." "Sounds familiar," Harry said. Dumbledore's mouth twitched. "Sit down, Harry. Please." Harry sat. He kept his hands in his lap and his eyes on Dumbledore and waited. "Thank you for coming," Dumbledore said. "I was not sure you would." "I wasn't sure either." Honesty. "Good. I think we've both had enough of the alternative." Dumbledore folded his hands on his desk. No twinkle. No warmth. Just a very old man sitting across from a very young one, with 10 years of wreckage between them. "I am not going to apologize." Harry raised his eyebrows. "Not because I don't owe you one, I do, and we both know it, but because an apology without context is just words, and you deserve better than words. So I'm going to give you context instead, and you can decide for yourself what it's worth." "All right." Dumbledore stood. He moved to the window and looked out over the grounds, his hands clasped behind his back. The evening light caught his profile, and Harry thought, distantly, that the man looked like a painting of himself, a portrait of the great wizard, slightly faded. "I was 17 when I first decided I knew better than everyone else," Dumbledore said. "I was brilliant. I knew I was brilliant. And I fell in with someone who was equally brilliant and considerably more dangerous. His name was Gellert Grindelwald." Harry knew the name. Every wizard did. "We were going to change the world. Gellert and I. We had plans, grand, sweeping, magnificent plans. We were going to find the Deathly Hallows. We were going to establish a new order, with wizards guiding muggles, for their own good. We used those words, for the greater good, as if good were something you could achieve by force." He turned from the window. "I was in love with him." The admission landed in the room with unexpected weight. Harry blinked. "I tell you this not because it's relevant to your situation but because it's relevant to mine. When you love someone, you bend your judgment to fit their shape. I bent mine until it broke. And when the consequences came, when Gellert's ideology turned to violence, when my sister Ariana was killed in a duel between the three of us, I learned the lesson that has defined every choice I've made since." His voice dropped. "The lesson was this: my judgment cannot be trusted with the people I love. I get it wrong. I got it wrong with Gellert. I got it wrong with Ariana. I told myself, when it was over, that I would never again let personal attachment cloud my decisions. That I would operate on logic, on strategy, on the cold calculus of the greater good, because the alternative, trusting my heart, had gotten my sister killed. He sat back down. Met Harry's eyes. When Voldemort fell and you survived, I looked at you and I saw two things. I saw a child who needed protecting. And I saw the fulcrum on which the next war would turn. And because I had spent 40 years training myself not to trust my instincts about the people I cared for, I chose strategy over compassion. I chose the chess move over the child. Silence stretched between them. I placed you with the Dursleys because the blood wards were real. Your mother was right that the core of the protection lives in you, but I was not entirely wrong that a familial anchor strengthened it. The wards at Privet Drive were real. They worked. They kept Death Eaters from finding you for 10 years. They also kept me in a cupboard for 10 years, Harry said. Yes. No deflection. No qualification. Just the word. When Arabella's reports came in, and they came often, and they were devastating, I read them and I made a choice. Every time. I chose the wards over the boy. I told myself it was necessary. I told myself that a temporary childhood of suffering was an acceptable trade for a lifetime of survival. I told myself, he stopped. Took off his spectacles. Cleaned them. His eyes, without the glasses, were very blue and very wet. I told myself that I was being rational. That I was above sentimentality. That this was what it meant to carry the burden of knowledge, to make the hard choices that softer men couldn't. He put the spectacles back on. I was wrong. Harry waited. I was wrong because the premise was wrong. I assumed the choice was binary, safety or happiness. But your mother proved, with the very magic she wove into your blood, that love and protection are not opposites. They are the same thing. Her sacrifice didn't work because she performed it correctly, Harry. It worked because she meant it. The protection grows stronger with love, not in spite of it. By placing you somewhere loveless, I didn't strengthen the enchantment. I weakened it. I have been, for 10 years, actively undermining the very magic I claimed to be preserving. Harry's chest was tight. He didn't want to feel sympathy for this man. He'd prepared himself for manipulation, for smooth rhetoric, for the warm grandfather act. He hadn't prepared for this, for what seemed like genuine, unvarnished honesty. And that was the problem with Dumbledore. You could never be entirely sure which layer you were looking at. What about Sirius? Harry asked. Dumbledore's composure flickered. Sirius is, the decision I am most ashamed of. You let an innocent man rot in Azkaban. I did not know he was innocent. You could have found out. One trial. One dose of Veritaserum. Yes. I could have. And if I had, Sirius would have taken you, and the blood wards would have been impossible to establish, and the strategic framework I'd built around your protection would have collapsed. He held up a hand before Harry could speak. I know. I know how that sounds. I am not defending it. I'm explaining it, because you asked for context, and the context is that I valued my plan more than a man's freedom. That is the truth, and it is monstrous, and I have no excuse for it. Mum said you knew about the prophecy, Harry said. That you knew who told Voldemort. The air in the room changed. Every silver instrument seemed to hold its breath. Yes, Dumbledore said. Who? A long pause. A man who overheard the prophecy being made and carried it to Voldemort. A man who has spent every day since regretting it. A man who, upon learning that his actions had led to your mother's death, came to me and swore to spend the rest of his life protecting you. Harry's stomach dropped. He knew. Before Dumbledore said it, he knew, because his mother's ghost had looked at Snape with those terrible, knowing eyes. Snape, Harry said. Professor Snape. Yes. The room tilted. Harry gripped the arms of his chair. He was a Death Eater. He heard the prophecy. He told Voldemort. And Voldemort came to Godric's Hollow. And you let him teach here. You let him teach me. Severus's remorse is genuine, Harry. His commitment to your protection is absolute. He told Voldemort where to find us. He told Voldemort the content of a prophecy. He did not know it would be interpreted as referring to you. When he realized, when he understood what he had set in motion, he came to me in despair. He begged me to protect your family. He became my spy within Voldemort's ranks, at extraordinary personal risk. He has been watching over you from the shadows since the day you arrived. Watching over me. Harry's voice was flat. He called me a celebrity on my first day. He humiliates my friends. He looks at me like I'm something he scraped off his shoe. He looks at you and sees James Potter, and the pain of that is more than you know. That's not my problem. No. It isn't. Dumbledore sighed, a deep, ragged sound that seemed to come from the soles of his feet. I am not asking you to forgive Severus. I am not even asking you to forgive me. I am asking you to understand that the world you've entered is more complicated than heroes and villains. Everyone in this castle, everyone, is carrying something they'd rather not. Severus carries your mother's death. Minerva carries the guilt of not intervening. I carry, he gestured around the room. All of it. And what am I supposed to carry? Dumbledore looked at him. The office was very quiet, the portraits very still, Fawkes a silent flame on his perch. That, Dumbledore said, is entirely up to you. For the first time, it is entirely up to you. And that terrifies me far more than anything Voldemort ever did. Harry stood up. His legs were steady. His mind was clear. Thank you for telling me the truth, he said. I don't know if it changes anything. But I'd rather know than not. Your mother's philosophy. Yeah. It is. He walked to the door. Paused with his hand on the handle. Professor. You said Voldemort will come back. You've said it from the start. What makes you so sure? Dumbledore was quiet for a long moment. When he spoke, his voice was barely above a whisper. Because I know what he did to ensure his survival. Dark magic, the darkest. He split his soul, Harry. He tore it apart and hid the pieces in objects, so that even if his body was destroyed, he could not truly die. They're called Horcruxes, and as long as even one exists, Voldemort is immortal. The word hung in the air like smoke. How many? Harry asked. I don't know. More than one. Possibly several. Where are they? I don't know that either. Not yet. I've been searching for a decade. Dumbledore leaned forward. This is why I've done what I've done, Harry. Not because I enjoy control. Not because I think I'm God. Because a man who has made himself immortal through the darkest magic ever conceived is out there somewhere, biding his time, and when he returns, you are the one the prophecy says can stop him. I was trying to keep you alive long enough to face him. I did it badly. I did it cruelly. But the threat is real, and it has not gone away. Harry thought of his scar. Of the dark thing the Sorting Hat had recoiled from. Of the constant, low prickle in defense against the dark arts class. The thing behind my scar, he said slowly. Is that one of them? Dumbledore's face went white. Genuinely, completely white, as if someone had pulled a plug and drained the blood from his head. How do you know about that? He whispered. The Sorting Hat found it. It flinched away from something dark in my head. My mum's notebooks talk about marks of confluence, places where dark magic and protective magic collide. And Hermione found references in magic most evil to dark magical residue that's alive. Dumbledore stared at him. For the first time in the conversation, the old wizard looked not just tired but afraid. I suspected, Dumbledore said. I have suspected since the night it happened. The scar. The connection. The way you can feel him, he caught himself. Yes. I believe a fragment of Voldemort's soul attached itself to you the night he tried to kill you. Whether it constitutes a true Horcrux or something else, I do not know. It is one of the things I have been most desperate to understand. And you were going to tell me this when? When I had answers. When I understood it well enough to what? Manage me? Shape the information so I'd react the way you wanted? Dumbledore closed his eyes. Yes. Probably. That is, as you've noted, my pattern. Break the pattern. The old wizard opened his eyes. Harry stood in the doorway, 11 years old, 5 foot nothing, swimming in borrowed robes, and he looked Albus Dumbledore in the eye and said, if you want to make this right, not the past, you can't fix the past, but if you want to be better going forward, then break the pattern. Tell me things when you learn them. Not when you've decided I'm ready. Not when it's strategically convenient. When you learn them. That could be dangerous. Everything's dangerous. I'd rather be in danger with the truth than safe with lies. Wouldn't you? Dumbledore was silent for a very long time. Fawkes trilled, a single, clear note that resonated in the stone walls. Yes, Dumbledore said finally. Yes, I would. Harry left. Ron was waiting at the bottom of the spiral staircase, sitting on the floor with his back against the wall, eating a pumpkin pasty. You were gone an hour and a half, Ron said. I almost came up. I'm fine. What did he say? Harry looked at his friend. He thought about what Dumbledore had told him, Horcruxes, soul fragments, the dark thing in his scar. He thought about the weight of it, the enormity, the kind of knowledge that changed the shape of the world. I'll tell you everything, Harry said. But not in a corridor. Get Hermione and Neville. The classroom on the 3rd floor. And Ron. Yeah. Bring food. This is going to take a while. He told them everything. Not in Dumbledore's careful, measured way, in a rush, messy and unedited, pacing the classroom while his 3 friends sat on desks and listened with progressively wider eyes. He told them about Grindelwald and Ariana. About Snape and the prophecy. About Horcruxes and the fragment in his scar. When he finished, the room was very quiet. Ron spoke first. So there's a piece of Voldemort. In your head. Maybe. Dumbledore thinks so. He's not sure. And the only way to kill Voldemort for good is to destroy all the pieces of his soul. That's what he said. Including the one in your head. The silence that followed was the worst kind, the kind where everyone is thinking the same thing and nobody wants to say it. Hermione said it. Harry. If the fragment in your scar is a Horcrux, and all Horcruxes have to be destroyed for Voldemort to die, she stopped. Start it again. Dumbledore's been raising you to survive, he said. But if destroying this Horcrux means, I know what it means. Has he been raising you to survive, or raising you to sacrifice yourself? The question landed like a stone in still water. Ripples spread through the room. Harry thought of his mother's letter. Live. Live loudly and messily and bravely. He thought of her notes on dynamic protection, protection that grew with the person it shielded. He thought of her ghost in the Great Hall, burning with the fierce, stubborn refusal to let her son be a pawn. My mum didn't think I had to die, Harry said. She spent years researching this. She knew about the dark magic, she was an unspeakable, she studied this stuff. And everything in her notes points to the protection being alive, adaptive, growing. If there's a piece of dark magic in my scar, and my mum's protection is designed to combat dark magic, then maybe the protection can deal with the fragment without killing you, Hermione finished. Her eyes were bright. Harry, we need to study those notes properly. Not just skimming, really study them. Your mum might have already found the answer. Or she might have been close and run out of time, Neville said quietly. Everyone looked at him. He shrugged, but his jaw was set. I'm not being negative. I'm being realistic. She said it herself in the notes, running out of time. She might have figured out 90% and the last 10% is up to us. Then we figure out the last 10%, Ron said. He said it simply, like it was obvious, like there was no version of reality in which they didn't. Harry looked at his friends. Hermione with her notebooks and her fierce, analytical mind. Ron with his loyalty and his refusal to complicate what was simple. Neville with his quiet courage and his growing confidence and the weight of a prophecy that could have been his. Together, Harry said. Obviously, Ron said. Was that ever in question? Hermione asked. No, Neville said. It wasn't. The days that followed were some of the fullest of Harry's life. By day, he was a student. He went to classes, did his homework, practiced spells, and tried to maintain some semblance of normalcy while the world outside Hogwarts continued to convulse. The Wizengamot investigations expanded. More of Dumbledore's old decisions were being scrutinized. The chief warlock's seat remained empty, and the political vacuum was creating strange alliances. Lucius Malfoy, Harry learned from the prophet, had emerged as one of the loudest voices condemning Dumbledore, which was rich, Hermione pointed out, given that Malfoy had been a Death Eater who'd escaped prosecution by claiming the Imperius Curse. He doesn't care about you, Hermione said. He cares about power. Dumbledore being weakened creates an opening for people like Malfoy to push their agenda. What's their agenda? Blood purity. Pure blood supremacy. Restrictions on Muggleborns. The same ideology Voldemort built his movement on, just dressed up in nicer robes. Charming. Politics usually is. At the Slytherin table, Draco Malfoy had taken on a new air. He watched Harry with a kind of speculative interest that was less hostile than before, as if recalculating an equation that had suddenly gained new variables. One day, passing in the corridor, he fell into step beside Harry. Potter. Malfoy. My father says the Wizengamot investigations will take Dumbledore down completely by Christmas. Your father says a lot of things. Malfoy's jaw tightened, but he didn't rise to it. I'm not my father. Harry looked at him. Malfoy looked back, grey eyes, pointed face, an expression that was trying very hard to be casual and not quite managing it. What do you want, Malfoy? I want to know what your play is. My play? You've got the public's sympathy. You've got the Ministry's ear. You've got Dumbledore on his back foot and the Wizengamot eating out of your hand. That's more political capital than most adults accumulate in a lifetime. So what are you going to do with it? Harry stopped walking. I'm going to free my godfather, claim my inheritance, and try to survive whatever's coming. That's not a play. That's just living. Malfoy studied him for a long moment, as if searching for the angle. You really don't think like a Slytherin, do you? The hat wanted to put me there. That surprised Malfoy. Genuinely, his eyes widened fractionally before he caught himself. It wanted to put my mum in Ravenclaw, Harry added. We Potters have a habit of choosing our own way. He walked on. Behind him, he heard Malfoy stand still for a moment before turning and heading back toward the dungeons. By night, Harry studied his mother's notebooks with the intensity of a man reading a map to buried treasure. Hermione was invaluable. She'd already mastered the theoretical notation and was working through Lily's defense formulas with the dogged persistence of someone who considered unsolved equations a personal affront. Neville had taken over the herbology-based research entirely, spending his free periods in the greenhouses with Professor Sprout, testing Lily's cross-referenced plant combinations with results that were making Sprout increasingly excited. Ron contributed in his own way. He kept them fed, kept them grounded, and had an uncanny instinct for knowing when someone needed a break. When Hermione started vibrating with the intensity of 3 straight hours of research, Ron would suggest a walk or a game of exploding snap. When Neville got overwhelmed by the implications of what they were studying, Ron would crack a joke so terrible it forced a laugh. When Harry started spiraling into the weight of it all, Horcruxes and soul fragments and the very real possibility that he might need to die, Ron would say, "Fancy a game of chess," and proceed to demolish Harry so thoroughly that there was no room in his brain for anything but the board. Ron was brilliant at chess. Not good, brilliant. He saw patterns 10 moves ahead, anticipated traps, sacrificed pieces with a strategic ruthlessness that was startling in someone who came across as easygoing. Harry, who lost every game, found it oddly comforting. If Ron could see that far ahead on a chessboard, maybe he could help Harry see ahead in the larger game. The third week of October brought 2 pieces of news that changed everything. The first came by Owl at breakfast, a thick ministry envelope addressed to Harry, sealed with the crest of the DMLE. Harry opened it with fingers that shook slightly. "The Sirius Black inquiry has concluded its preliminary investigation," he read aloud, keeping his voice low. "Based on the absence of trial records, the confirmed existence of the Potter will naming Sirius Black as primary guardian, and newly obtained testimony from captured Death Eaters." He looked up. Ron, Hermione, and Neville leaned in. They found Peter Pettigrew's name in Death Eater records. Confirmed. He was a marked follower. And they found evidence that his supposed death was faked, the explosion on the street, the finger. Forensic analysis of the old evidence shows the blast pattern was consistent with a directed spell, not an accidental explosion. "He blew up the street himself," Hermione said. "Cut off his own finger and ran. Turned into a rat," Harry said, reading further. Bones had included a note in her own handwriting: "Black is an unregistered animagus, a dog. Pettigrew is also unregistered, a rat. Both learned the skill at Hogwarts with your father. Pettigrew likely survived in his animal form." "A rat," Ron said. He'd gone very pale. "An unregistered animagus. A rat. Ron. You all right?" "Harry." Ron's voice was strange. "Scabbers. My rat. The one I brought to school. He's been in my family for 12 years, Harry finished, reading from the letter. "Pettigrew has been unaccounted for since November 1981. Bones wants to know if anyone in the magical community has reported a rat that's lived significantly longer than its natural lifespan." They stared at each other. "Ron," Harry said very carefully. "Where is Scabbers right now?" "In the dormitory. In his cage. He's been sleeping a lot, more than usual. Don't move." Harry stood up. "Hermione, get McGonagal. Now. Tell her we might have found Peter Pettigrew." Hermione bolted. Harry and Ron sprinted for Gryffindor Tower, taking the stairs 3 at a time. Neville followed, wand drawn, looking slightly bewildered but completely committed. They burst into the first-year dormitory. Ron's bedside table sat in the corner, and on it, a wire cage containing a fat, grey rat that was, Harry noticed with a spike of adrenaline, not sleeping. It was sitting up, its tiny black eyes darting between the 3 boys who just crashed through the door with all the subtlety of a runaway train. "Grab the cage," Harry said. Ron reached for it. The rat, Scabbers, suddenly went berserk. It threw itself against the bars, squealing, biting at the wire, trying to squeeze through a gap that was far too small. "He's never done this before," Ron said, gripping the cage with both hands. "He knows," Harry said. "He heard us talking." "Ron, don't let go." The cage rattled. Scabbers was frantic now, his fat body contorting in ways that seemed wrong for a rat, bending in places a rat shouldn't bend. And then, before any of them could react, the rat bit Ron's finger hard enough to draw blood, squeezed through the cage door that the bite had forced open, and dropped to the floor. "No." Ron lunged. Scabbers ran. Not toward the door, toward the window. The window that was 5 stories above the ground, which should have been suicide for a rat but might not be for a wizard who could transform mid-fall. Neville moved. He didn't think about it. Didn't hesitate. His wand came up and the word came out, impedimenta. And a bolt of blue light caught the rat mid-leap and froze it in the air, legs splayed, inches from the windowsill. The room went silent. Ron stared at Neville. Harry stared at Neville. Neville stared at his own wand with an expression of profound surprise. "That's a third-year spell," Harry said. "I know," Neville said. "I don't know how he shook his head. "It doesn't matter. Get the rat." Harry grabbed Scabbers out of the air. The rat was frozen, rigid, but its eyes, its horrible, human intelligent eyes, were rolling with panic. McGonagal arrived 60 seconds later, trailing Hermione and, to Harry's surprise, Snape. The potions master took one look at the frozen rat, at the boys, at the bitten finger, and his face went through an extraordinary transformation. "Pettigrew," Snape breathed. And then, louder, with a fury that made the windows rattle, "Pettigrew." McGonagall pointed her wand at the rat. "Severus. Help me with the reversal." Together, they cast. Twin beams of light, one red, one blue, struck the rat, and the transformation was immediate and grotesque. The small, grey body stretched, expanded, bulged outward. Fur receded into skin. Limbs elongated. A face emerged, round, watery-eyed, balding, and within seconds, a short, pudgy man stood in the middle of the first-year dormitory, blinking in the light. Peter Pettigrew. He looked exactly like the rat he'd been, twitchy, small-eyed, perpetually anxious. His clothes were rags. He was missing a finger. He looked at Harry and his mouth opened and closed and no sound came out. Then he looked at Snape, and what little color he had drained away entirely. "Severus," he stammered. "Old friend, we were never friends," Snape said, and his voice could have frozen the lake. "Minerva, please, you have to understand, he would have killed me, the Dark Lord, I had no choice." "You had every choice," McGonagall said. Petrificus totalis. Pettigrew went rigid and toppled like a felled tree. He hit the dormitory floor with a thud that was deeply satisfying. McGonagall looked at the 4 first years. Then at the petrified man on the floor. Then at Snape. "Severus, summon the Aurors. These children have just done what the entire ministry failed to do for 10 years. Snape swept from the room without a word, but as he passed Neville, he paused. Just for a fraction of a second. His black eyes met Neville's, and something passed between them, a look that was not quite approval but was absolutely no longer contempt. Then he was gone. Ron sat on his bed, sucking his bitten finger, staring at the man who'd been his pet rat for 3 years. "I let him sleep on my pillow," Ron said faintly. "I fed him. Oh God, I let him sleep on my pillow." "Don't think about that," Hermione said quickly. "I can't think about anything else." Harry looked at Pettigrew's frozen form. The man who'd betrayed his parents. The man whose cowardice had put Sirius in Azkaban and Harry in a cupboard. He was small and pathetic and terrified, and Harry felt, not the rage he'd expected, but something colder. Something clearer. This was the man. Not some shadowy villain, not a monster, not an enigma. Just a frightened little man who'd valued his own skin over everyone he'd ever known. "He's going to clear Sirius," Harry said quietly. "That's what he's for." The Aurors came within the hour. Pettigrew was bound, veritasserumed, and transported to the ministry under escort. The story broke by evening. The second piece of news came the next morning, in a letter from Amelia Bones. "Mr. Potter, in light of the capture of Peter Pettigrew and his subsequent confession under veritasserum, confirming his role as the Potter's secret keeper, his betrayal, and his murder of 12 Muggles, I am pleased to inform you that Sirius Black has been formally exonerated of all charges. His release from Azkaban is scheduled for Friday, October 25th. He has asked me to tell you he's coming. Regards, Amelia Bones. Harry read the letter 3 times. Then he folded it very carefully and pressed it against his chest, over the place where his mother's warmth lived. "He's coming," Harry whispered. And 2 floors above, in the headmaster's office, Albus Dumbledore sat alone with a chess set, staring at the board. He'd been playing against himself, a habit of decades, and had reached a position where every move was a loss. He tipped over his own king. "Well played, Lily," he murmured. "Well played indeed." Fawkes sang a single, mournful note, and the candles in the office flickered, and somewhere far to the north, in a fortress surrounded by freezing sea, a gaunt man with haunted eyes stood in a cell that he was about to leave for the first time in 10 years, and he pressed his palms flat against the cold stone wall and whispered a name. Harry. Chapter 5, The Dog, the Rat, and the Snake. Friday, October 25th, dawned cold and bright, the kind of autumn morning that made the Hogwarts grounds look like they'd been dipped in gold. Harry had been awake since 4. He'd given up on sleep around 3:30, when his brain had started running the same loop: he's coming, he's coming, he's coming, and no amount of pillow rearranging or deep breathing could shut it off. He dressed in the dark, crept past Ron's snoring form and Neville's murmuring one, and went down to the common room. The fire had burned to embers. The portraits along the walls were asleep. Harry sat in the armchair by the window and watched the sky lighten from black to grey to pale, watery blue, and tried to figure out what you were supposed to feel when you were about to meet the closest thing to a father you'd ever had. Nervous didn't cover it. Excited was too simple. Terrified was closer, but not quite right either. The truth was a tangled knot of all 3, laced through with a thread of something Harry didn't have a word for, something like grief for a relationship he'd never had, anticipation for one he might. What if Sirius didn't like him? The thought had been circling for days, a vulture he couldn't quite shoo away. Sirius had known baby Harry, the gurgling, laughing infant his parents had described. He didn't know this Harry. The thin, scarred, wary one who flinched at loud noises and hoarded food and had spent 10 years learning that love was something other people got. What if Sirius took one look at him and saw the cupboard instead of the boy? "You're thinking too loud," said a voice from the stairs. Hermione descended in her dressing gown, hair a magnificent disaster, clutching a book she'd clearly been reading in bed. She sat on the sofa opposite Harry and tucked her feet under her. "Couldn't sleep either?" Harry asked. "I've been reading about Azkaban." She held up the book, A History of Wizarding Prisons, which looked about as cheerful as the title suggested. "Harry, I need to prepare you for something." "That bad?" "Azkaban is guarded by Dementors. They feed on happiness, literally drain it from you. Prolonged exposure causes depression, psychosis, and eventually complete emotional collapse. Sirius has been in there for 10 years. She closed the book carefully. "He's going to be different from the man your parents described. Thinner. Older. Possibly unstable. You need to be ready for that." "I know. Knowing and being ready aren't the same thing." "I know that too." Harry looked at her. "Hermione. Thank you for telling me. Someone has to say the hard things. You're very good at it." "I know. It's one of my least endearing qualities." But she smiled, and Harry smiled back, and the knot in his chest loosened just slightly. Ron appeared at 7, looking like he'd been dragged backward through a hedge. "Morning. Big day. Have we panicked yet?" "I've panicked," Harry said. "Hermione's prepared research." "You're late." "I'm not late. I'm emotionally pacing myself." He dropped onto the sofa next to Hermione and yawned enormously. "When's he arriving?" Bones said midday. "They're processing him out this morning, medical checks, paperwork, that sort of thing. So we've got 5 hours to kill." "We have classes," Hermione said. Ron stared at her. "You seriously expect us to go to class today?" I seriously expect us to maintain our cover as normal students while the political landscape of magical Britain rearranges itself around us, yes. She's scary, Ron said to Harry. She's right, Harry said. Besides, it'll keep my mind off it. It did not keep his mind off it. Harry sat through charms unable to focus on anything except the clock. Flitwick was teaching the levitation charm to the rest of the class. Harry had mastered it weeks ago, and gave him permission to practice independently, which meant Harry spent 45 minutes levitating a feather to increasingly absurd heights while his brain screamed. History of magic was a write-off. Bins droned about goblin rebellions and Harry stared out the window at the blue sky and imagined a boat crossing a dark sea, carrying a thin man away from the worst place on earth. Double herbology was better. Working with his hands helped. Repotting venomous tentaculars required enough concentration that the anxiety dropped to a background hum. Neville worked beside him, quick and confident with the plants, his fingers sure where his wand hand sometimes faltered. "You nervous?" Neville asked. "Massively. He's going to love you. You don't know that." "Yeah, I do. Your parents trusted him enough to make him your godfather. Your mum's ghost came back from the dead to fight for him. And he spent 10 years in the worst prison in the world and the first thing he asked Bones to tell you was that he's coming." Neville patted down the soil around his tentacula with calm precision. "He loves you, Harry. He's always loved you. The question isn't whether he will. The question is whether you'll let him." Harry looked at Neville, steady, certain Neville, who'd bloomed over the past month like one of his own plants, and something settled inside him. "When did you get wise?" Harry asked. "I've always been wise. People just kept mistaking it for being quiet." Midday came. Harry had changed out of his earth-stained herbology robes into the best clothes he had, still not great, but McGonagal had transfigured them into something decent, dark trousers and a green jumper that matched his eyes. He stood in the entrance hall with Ron, Hermione, and Neville, and McGonagall stood behind them like a tartan-clad sentinel. "He'll arrive by Portkey at the main gate," McGonagall said. "Madam Bones will escort him. I want you all to remain calm, remember your manners, and," she paused, and her voice lost its professional edge. "And be patient with him. He's been through more than any of us can imagine." The walk to the main gate felt endless. The grounds were beautiful, autumn leaves, blue sky, the lake glittering, and Harry didn't see any of it. His heart was hammering so hard he could feel it in his teeth. They reached the wrought iron gates. Beyond them, the road to Hogsmeade wound away through the hills. Amelia Bones was visible in the distance, walking up the road with her purposeful stride, and beside her, Harry's breath caught. The man walking next to Bones was barely recognizable as human. He was skeletal, not thin, skeletal, with hollowed cheeks and sunken eyes and hair that hung in matted black curtains past his shoulders. His robes were new but hung off him like sheets draped over a scaffold. He walked with a lurching, unsteady gait, as if his legs had forgotten how to cover ground without walls on either side. But his eyes were alive. Grey and burning and locked on Harry with an intensity that was almost frightening, fixed on him from the moment the gates came into view, as if every step of the long walk from Azkaban had been aimed at this single point. Bones opened the gate with a wave of her wand. She stepped aside. Sirius Black stood 10 feet from Harry Potter and didn't move. Up close, the damage was worse. His skin was grey. His teeth were bad. He was trembling, his whole body vibrating with a fine, continuous tremor that he clearly couldn't control. He smelled like salt and stone and something underneath that Harry recognized from the Dursleys' house, the metallic tang of long-term despair. But his eyes. God, his eyes. "Harry," Sirius said. His voice was a wreck, hoarse, cracked, barely functional. "You look," he stopped. Swallowed. Tried again. "You look just like James." "Except, the eyes," Harry said. "I know. I've got my mum's eyes." Sirius made a sound. Not a laugh, not a sob, something in between, something that lived in the space where joy and grief couldn't be distinguished. "Yeah," he whispered. "Yeah, you do." They stood there, 10 feet apart, and Harry understood with sudden, painful clarity what Hermione had tried to prepare him for. This man was broken. Azkaban had taken everything, his health, his youth, his sanity, nearly his life. He stood in the Scottish sunlight swaying like a reed in a wind, and he was looking at Harry like Harry was the sun itself, and the weight of that look was almost more than Harry could bear. Harry closed the distance. He didn't run. He walked, steadily, until he was close enough to reach out and take Sirius's hand. The hand was bony, ice-cold, and shaking. Harry held it in both of his. "I'm Harry," he said. "And I've been waiting for you." Sirius broke. The sound he made was barely human, a ragged, wrenching thing that came from somewhere deeper than the throat. His knees buckled. Harry caught him, or tried to, but the man was taller, even wasted away, and they both ended up on the ground, kneeling in the grass by the Hogwarts gates, and Sirius was holding Harry so tightly it hurt, and Harry was holding him back, and neither of them was letting go. "I'm sorry," Sirius gasped. "Harry, I'm so sorry. I should have, I went after Peter instead of staying with you. I left you. I left you and they put you in that house and it's not your fault." "It is. It is my fault. If I'd stayed, then Pettigrew would have escaped anyway and you'd have been murdered. My mum didn't blame you, Sirius. She came back from the dead and the first thing she did was tell the world you were innocent." Sirius pulled back. His face was a mess, tears cutting tracks through the grime that a single morning's washing hadn't fully removed, and he looked at Harry with something approaching wonder. "She always was the smart one," Sirius said hoarsely. "Your dad was brave and I was reckless and Remus was kind, but Lily was smart. Terrifyingly smart. She'd have made a great marauder if she hadn't been so busy being better than all of us." Harry laughed. It came out thick and wet, but it was real. Behind them, Ron was pretending to study the gate's ironwork. Hermione was crying openly and not even slightly embarrassed about it. Neville stood with his hands in his pockets, jaw tight, eyes bright, and McGonagal was watching Sirius with an expression that Harry had never seen on her face before. It was fury and tenderness and grief, all braided together, and when Sirius looked up at her, she said, very quietly, "Welcome home, you ridiculous boy." "Minnie," Sirius said, and the childhood nickname cracked McGonagal's composure like a hammer on glass. She knelt. Minerva McGonagal, head of Gryffindor, the strictest teacher in Britain, knelt on the grass and put her arms around a man she'd taught when he was 11 years old and hadn't seen since he was 21. "Don't you dare call me that," she said into his shoulder. "Wouldn't dream of it, Minnie." She hit him. Lightly. On the arm. Then she held him tighter. Bones watched all of this with the professional composure of someone who had learned long ago to separate emotion from duty. When the reunions had run their course, she stepped forward. "Mr. Black. You've been formally exonerated and released into the custody of Hogwarts, pending completion of your medical treatment at St. Mungo's. A healer will visit weekly. You're free to move about the grounds but are requested to remain at the school until the full pardon paperwork is processed." "Requested or required?" Sirius asked, and there it was, just a flash, under the damage, the sharp, defiant humor of a man who'd been the cleverest troublemaker in the school. "Requested," Bones said. Strongly. "I've always been bad at doing what I'm told. Ask Minnie." "Don't call me that." They walked back to the castle slowly, at Sirius's pace. The man couldn't move fast, his muscles had atrophied, his joints were stiff, and he stopped every few steps to stare at things. The lake. The sky. A bird. He looked at the world like a man seeing color for the first time after a decade in the dark, and Harry stayed at his side and let him look. "It's still here," Sirius said softly, gazing up at the castle. "I dreamed about it. Every night. When the Dementors weren't too close and I could still dream, I dreamed about Hogwarts. The towers, the grounds, the smell of the Great Hall at dinner. I held on to it. Held it in my head like a photograph and stared at it in the dark. How did you survive? Harry asked. Sirius glanced at him. The Dementors feed on happiness. So I held on to things that weren't happy. Guilt. Anger. The knowledge that I was innocent. Those aren't pleasant, but they're mine, and the Dementors couldn't take them because they weren't nourishment. He paused. And I thought about you. That made you happy? No. That made me furious. Thinking about you out there, growing up without me, without James and Lily, without anyone who loved you properly, that wasn't happiness, Harry. That was rage. Pure, stubborn, bloody-minded rage. And it kept me alive. Harry thought about that. He thought about his own anger, the cold, clear thing that had been growing in him since his mother's ghost had lit up the Great Hall. Not hot anger, not the explosive, destructive kind. The other kind. The kind that was really just a different name for determination. Rage runs in the family, then, Harry said. Sirius barked a laugh, literally barked it, a sharp, harsh sound that turned every head in the group. Your mother said the same thing. She said the Potters and the Blacks had anger in common if nothing else. Were you close? You and Mum couldn't stand each other at first. She thought I was an arrogant prat, fair assessment, honestly, and I thought she was a know-it-all. Sound familiar? He glanced back at Ron and Hermione, who were walking together, and grinned. The grin was a ghost of what it must have been once, stretched thin over a skeletal face, but it was real. She won me over. Took about 4 years. She won everyone over eventually. Your mother had this way of looking at you like she could see every stupid decision you were about to make and had already decided to forgive you for it. They reached the entrance hall. Students were milling about between classes, and the sight of Sirius Black walking through the front doors of Hogwarts with Harry Potter at his side and Minerva McGonagal at his back caused a wave of silence that started at the door and rolled outward to every corner of the room. Sirius stopped. He looked around the entrance hall, the marble staircase, the hourglasses with their house jewels, the banner-hung walls, and his grey eyes went distant. James and I used to slide down that banister, he said, pointing at the staircase. 4th year. McGonagal caught us and gave us detention for a month. 2 months, McGonagal corrected. Was it? Felt like a month. We had fun in detention. You were not supposed to have fun in detention, Black. That was never going to work and you know it. They installed Sirius in a guest chamber on the 7th floor, a warm, comfortable room with a fireplace, a window overlooking the lake, and a bed that Sirius sat on and immediately sank into with a groan of such profound relief that Harry had to look away. I haven't felt a mattress in 10 years, Sirius said, his voice muffled by the pillow. I'd forgotten they existed. I thought comfort was a conspiracy theory. Madame Pomfrey arrived within minutes, took one look at Sirius, and her face went through the same rapid evolution it had undergone when she'd first examined Harry, professional assessment curdling into barely controlled outrage. Malnutrition. Muscle wasting. Vitamin deficiencies across the board. Early stage scurvy, of all things. When's the last time you ate a vegetable? 1981, probably. That's not funny. It's a little funny. It is absolutely not funny. You weigh 8 stone. You should weigh 12. Your magical core is severely depleted from Dementor exposure and will take months to recover. You need potions, rest, food, and more rest. She pointed her wand at him. You are under my care, Mr. Black. And unlike Azkaban, I don't negotiate. I like her, Sirius whispered to Harry. Everyone likes her, Harry whispered back. They're just scared to say it. Pomfrey left a battery of potions and strict instructions and swept out. Harry sat in a chair by Sirius's bed, and for a while, neither of them spoke. The fire crackled. Wind moved against the window. Outside, the sounds of Hogwarts continued, footsteps, laughter, the distant clang of armor. "Tell me about the Dursleys," Sirius said. Harry had told the story before, to Bones, to McGonagal, in brief fragments to his friends. But telling Sirius was different. Sirius lay in his bed, propped against pillows, his gaunt face perfectly still, and listened with the focused intensity of a man cataloguing deaths. Harry told him about the cupboard. About the missed meals. About Dudley's gang and Vernon's belt and Petunia's cold, persistent erasure of anything magical. About being told his parents were worthless drunks. About growing up believing he was a burden, an inconvenience, a freak. When he finished, Sirius was quiet for a long time. "I'm going to kill them," he said conversationally. "You're not." "I absolutely am. I spent 10 years in Azkaban for a crime I didn't commit. I might as well go back for one I did." "Sirius." "Fine. I won't kill them. But I am going to sue them into the ground, I'm going to have every protective ward on that house dismantled, and I am going to personally inform Vernon Dursley that his nephew is one of the wealthiest people in magical Britain and that every day he locked you in that cupboard, he was imprisoning a boy who could buy and sell his entire postcode. That's actually very petty. I'm a Black. Petty is our love language." Harry laughed, and the laugh came easier this time, and Sirius's eyes went soft. "You sound like him," Sirius said. "When you laugh. You sound exactly like James. People keep saying that. People are right." Sirius shifted on the pillow, wincing as stiff joints protested. "Harry. I need to tell you something, and I need you to hear it from me before you hear it from anyone else." Harry's stomach tightened. "Okay. The night your parents died. I knew about the switch, the secret keeper switch. It was my idea. I was the obvious choice, and I thought, I was so bloody clever, I thought if we switched to Peter, no one would suspect. I practically handed your parents to Voldemort on a silver platter. That's not, let me finish. When I realized what had happened, when I got to Godric's Hollow and saw the house and found James," his voice cracked. He breathed through it. "I lost my mind. Completely. Hagrid was there. He had you. Dumbledore had sent him. I should have taken you. I should have grabbed you and run and never looked back. But I gave you to Hagrid because I trusted Dumbledore, and then I went after Peter because revenge felt more important than responsibility." The room was very quiet. "I chose badly, Harry. The worst choice of my life. If I'd taken you that night, none of the rest happens. No Dursleys. No cupboard. No sealed will. Just you and me, figuring it out together. And I gave that up because I was angry and stupid and I wanted to hurt the man who'd hurt my family instead of protecting the family I had left." Harry looked at his godfather. The wrecked face, the haunted eyes, the hands that gripped the blanket like they were afraid the bed might disappear. "You were 21, Harry said. That's not an excuse. It's not an excuse. It's a fact. You were 21 years old. Your best friend had just been murdered. You were in shock, and grief, and you made a bad call. Join the club. Dumbledore's been making bad calls for a century and he doesn't have half your excuse." Sirius stared at him. "You're being very reasonable about this. I've had practice. People have been making decisions about my life without asking me since I was a baby. If I held a grudge against everyone who got it wrong, I'd be angry all the time. And I refuse to live like that." "When did you get so wise?" "About 2 weeks ago. It's been a steep learning curve." Sirius reached out and gripped Harry's hand. His fingers were cold and thin, but his grip was strong, stronger than it looked, and when he spoke, his voice was steady. "I'm here now. I'm not going anywhere. And from this moment on, every decision about your life gets made by you, with me standing behind you. Not in front of you. Behind you. Because that's what family does. Harry squeezed his hand. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Harry smiled. We'll figure it out. Your mum used to say that. We'll figure it out. Usually right before she did something terrifying and brilliant. Like coming back from the dead to yell at Dumbledore. Exactly like that. They sat together until Sirius fell asleep, which didn't take long, the combination of exhaustion and Pomfrey's potions pulling him under within minutes. Harry stayed in the chair, watching his godfather sleep, and felt the warmth in his chest burn steady and sure. He found his friends in the empty classroom on the third floor that had become their unofficial headquarters. Ron was playing chess against himself. Hermione was cross-referencing two of Lily's notebooks. Neville was sketching something that looked like a plant diagram. How is he? Hermione asked immediately. Broken. Getting better. Funny, actually. When he's not falling apart. Sounds like someone else I know, Ron said. Harry threw a cushion at him. He told me about the night my parents died. His side of it. And he's been carrying it for 10 years. The guilt. The choice he made, going after Pettigrew instead of keeping me. It's eaten him alive. Harry sat on a desk. Everyone involved in this story is carrying something. Dumbledore. Snape. Sirius. McGonagal. They all made choices, and none of the choices were clean, and they've all been living with the consequences. That's very mature, Hermione said. Don't worry, I'm sure I'll do something stupid soon to balance it out. I'll set a reminder, Ron said. Neville looked up from his sketch. Harry. I've been working on something. From your mum's herbology notes. He held up the diagram. It showed a complex arrangement of plants. Harry recognized some of the names from Lily's notebooks, arranged in concentric circles around a central point. It's a living ward, Neville said. Your mum designed it. A circle of specific plants, grown in a specific pattern, that generates a continuous protective enchantment. Self-sustaining. Self-renewing. The plants feed each other and the ward feeds the plants. Harry, it's genius. A permanent shield that doesn't need a wand or a caster. Can you grow it? I think so. Sprout thinks so too. I showed her the theory, without telling her where it came from, and she nearly fell over. She said it would take about a month to cultivate, but the result would be a warded area that's essentially impenetrable to dark magic. A month, Harry said. That's November. End of November, probably. Why? Harry wasn't sure why. It was just a feeling, the same kind of feeling that made his scar prickle in defense against the dark arts, the same instinct that told him something was building, moving, approaching behind the noise of political scandal and family reunion. Just, start growing it, Harry said. As soon as you can. I think we might need it. Neville nodded and went back to his diagram. He didn't ask Harry to explain the feeling. He'd learned, over the past month, that Harry's instincts were worth following even when they couldn't be articulated. That evening, Harry went to see Dumbledore. Not because he'd been summoned. Not because he wanted comfort or guidance or the old man's particular brand of strategic wisdom. He went because he'd promised to break the pattern, and breaking the pattern meant sharing information, even with people you weren't sure you trusted. The gargoyle let him pass. The staircase carried him up. Dumbledore was at his desk, writing a letter, and looked up with an expression of surprise that seemed genuine. Harry. This is unexpected. I found Peter Pettigrew living as a rat in Ron's dormitory, and Sirius has been released from Azkaban and is currently sleeping in a guest room on the 7th floor. Dumbledore set down his quill. I am aware of both developments. Good. Then here's something you might not be aware of. Harry sat down uninvited. My scar hurts in defense against the dark arts. Dumbledore's expression sharpened. In class? During lessons? Every time I'm in that room. A constant prickle. And the Sorting Hat told me there's something dark behind my scar, something it recoiled from. You told me you suspect it's a Horcrux fragment. I did. So if the fragment reacts to something in that room, if whatever's in my scar recognizes something, then there may be a connection between the fragment and something in the vicinity of Professor Quirrell's classroom, Dumbledore finished. His eyes had gone very bright, and not with the usual twinkle. This was the other Dumbledore, the one behind the grandfather mask, the one who defeated Grindelwald, the one whose mind worked like a trap. The third-floor corridor, Dumbledore said softly. You know about it. Everyone knows about it. You announced it at the opening feast. Don't run down the third-floor corridor unless you want to die horribly. Not exactly subtle. No. It wasn't meant to be. It was meant to be a deterrent. What's there? Dumbledore studied him. Harry could practically see the gears turning, the old habit of control warring with the new promise of honesty. The Philosopher's Stone, Dumbledore said. Nicholas Flamel's creation. It produces the elixir of life, which grants immortality. Flamel asked me to protect it after a break-in at Gringotts earlier this year. Why would someone want? Harry stopped. The answer was obvious. Voldemort. If he's out there, bodiless, looking for a way back, the stone would provide a path. The elixir could sustain a new body. It is, for a disembodied dark wizard, the single most valuable object in existence. And you brought it to a school full of children. I brought it to the best protected location in Britain. The defenses on the third-floor corridor were designed by every member of my staff. They are formidable. Your staff includes the man whose classroom makes my scar burn. The silence that followed was loaded. You suspect Quirrell, Dumbledore said. Don't you? Another long pause. Dumbledore leaned back in his chair, and for a moment, Harry saw the full weight of the man's century pressing down on him. I have been watching Quirinus Quirrell since the term began, Dumbledore said slowly. He went traveling last year. To Albania. He came back, changed. The stutter, the turban, the garlic. He was not like that before. Albania. Is that significant? It is where I believe the remnant of Voldemort has been hiding. The implication settled over them like a cold sheet. You think Voldemort is in this castle, Harry said. You've thought it all along. I suspected. I took precautions. And you didn't tell anyone. I told Severus. Of course you did. Harry's jaw tightened. The pattern. Information as currency. Control through secrecy. You told Snape because Snape is yours. You didn't tell McGonagal, or Bones, or me, because then you'd lose control of the situation. Dumbledore said nothing. I'm telling my friends, Harry said. Tonight. And I'm telling McGonagal. And I'm telling Sirius, as soon as he's well enough. You can either work with us or work alone, but you don't get to run this as a one-man show anymore. He stood up. Harry, Dumbledore said. Harry paused at the door. I placed the stone behind a series of challenges that are designed to slow an intruder, not stop one permanently. The final defense is the Mirror of Erist, an enchanted mirror that shows the viewer their heart's deepest desire. I hid the stone inside the mirror in such a way that only someone who wanted to find the stone but not use it could retrieve it. Why are you telling me this? Because you asked me to break the pattern. Dumbledore's voice was very quiet. And because, if Quirrell makes his move, you may need to understand the defenses better than anyone else. Harry looked at the old wizard. Broken, brilliant, dangerous, flawed Dumbledore, who couldn't stop playing chess even when the board had been upended, but who was, maybe, possibly, painfully, trying to play it differently. Thank you, Harry said. He left. And as he walked down the spiral staircase, he felt his scar give a single, sharp pulse, like a warning, like a clock striking midnight. He told them everything. In the third-floor classroom, door locked, Hermione's privacy charms layered 3 deep, Harry laid out the full picture. The Philosopher's Stone. The third-floor corridor. Quirrell. Albania. Voldemort, possibly possessing a teacher, walking the same halls they walked, eating at the same tables, watching and waiting. Ron went white. Voldemort. In the school. Right now. Maybe. Probably. Probably. Ron ran both hands through his hair. Harry, that's insane. We're 11. I know. We should tell someone. An adult. Multiple adults. Preferably adults with wands and combat training and a healthy sense of self-preservation. I'm telling McGonagal tomorrow. And Sirius when he's stronger. What about the Aurors? Bones? If the Ministry sends Aurors into Hogwarts to arrest a professor on suspicion of being possessed by Voldemort, and they're wrong, or worse, if Voldemort flees before they arrive, we've tipped our hand and gained nothing. We need proof. Hermione was writing. She'd been writing since Harry started talking, her quill moving so fast it was blurring, page after page of notes and diagrams and cross-references. The defenses, she said. You said every staff member contributed a challenge. That means Sprout, Flitwick, McGonagal, Snape, Quirrell himself, and presumably Dumbledore's mirror at the end. Plus Hagrid's 3-headed dog at the start. I heard him mention it to Dumbledore. A Cerberus. Right. So 7 defenses, the last being a mirror that only gives the stone to someone who doesn't want to use it. She looked up. That's actually rather clever. Voldemort wants to use the stone more than anything. The mirror would never give it to him. So the stone is safe? Neville asked. As long as the mirror holds. But mirrors can be broken, and Voldemort has had months to study the defenses through Quirrell. He's been testing them, Harry said suddenly. That's what Quirrell's been doing. Not trying to break through, not yet. Just probing. Learning. Waiting for the right moment. What would the right moment look like? Ron asked. Harry thought. Maximum distraction. Everyone looking somewhere else. If something big happened, something that pulled Dumbledore away from the school, they looked at each other. The political situation, Hermione breathed. The investigations, the trials, the media circus. It's all been a gift to Voldemort. Everyone's been so focused on Dumbledore's lies that nobody's watching the third-floor corridor. My mum's ghost, Harry said, and the realization was like ice water down his spine. Voldemort said it himself, at least, that's what I'd say if I were him. Lily's appearance didn't just expose Dumbledore. It created the perfect cover. The room was very quiet. So what do we do? Neville asked. We watch Quirrell. Every move, every pattern, every deviation from routine. Hermione, can you set up some kind of tracking system? I can create a modified monitoring charm. 3rd year level, but I've been practicing. Ron, the chess. The defenses are like a game, layers, traps, sacrifices. I need you thinking about how someone would get through them. What's the fastest route? Where are the weak points? Ron's eyes sharpened. This was his territory. I'll need details on each defense. I'll get them. Neville, the living ward. How fast can you have it ready? I can push it. 3 weeks, maybe. But it won't be at full strength. Partial strength is better than nothing. Grow it around the third-floor corridor if you can. Make it look like a school project. Neville nodded. And what are you going to do? Hermione asked. Harry touched his scar. I'm going to figure out this connection. If there's a piece of Voldemort in my head, and Voldemort is in Quirrell's head, then maybe I can use the link. Feel what he feels. Know when he's about to move. That sounds incredibly dangerous. It is. But my mum's protection is designed to grow with new threats. If I can understand the connection without letting it control me, if, Ron emphasized. If, Harry agreed. But it's the best card we've got. They planned until midnight. Ron sketched defensive strategies on the back of his history of magic notes. Hermione compiled everything they knew about each staff member's potential challenge. Neville made a list of plants he'd need from the greenhouse. Harry sat in the middle of it all and felt, for the first time since his mother's ghost had blazed to life in the Great Hall, like he was ahead of the game instead of behind it. They weren't reacting anymore. They were preparing. Walking back to Gryffindor Tower, Ron fell into step beside Harry. "Mate. Can I say something? When has that ever been a question? This is mental. All of it. Voldemort in the school. A Horcrux in your head. Dumbledore's chess games. Sirius. Pettigrew. The whole thing. It's absolutely barking. Yeah. And we're 11. Yeah. And I wouldn't be anywhere else." Harry looked at him. Ron's face was pale in the corridor torchlight, freckles standing out like constellations, and his jaw was set in that stubborn way that Harry had come to recognize as Ron at his most genuine. "Neither would I," Harry said. They walked on. Behind them, the castle settled into its nighttime quiet, and somewhere on the third floor, behind a locked door, a three-headed dog shifted in its sleep, and somewhere beneath a turban, something ancient and terrible plotted, and somewhere on the seventh floor, a gaunt man dreamed of a motorcycle and a baby's laugh and a world where he'd made a different choice. And in the warmth behind Harry's scar, something pulsed, not the dark thing, not the fragment, but the other presence. The bright one. The one that had never left. Be brave, it seemed to say. Be smart. Be ready. He's coming. Harry pressed his hand to his forehead. The scar was quiet. The warmth was steady. The storm was building, but so was he. He climbed the stairs to Gryffindor Tower, whispered the password to the fat lady, and went to bed. Tomorrow, there would be plans to make and allies to brief and a godfather to feed back to health and a dark wizard to outmaneuver. But tonight, for the first time since he could remember, Harry Potter fell asleep smiling. Chapter 6, The Boy Who Chose November came in cold and mean, stripping the last leaves from the trees and turning the grounds to mud. The lake went dark as ink. Frost crept across the castle windows each morning, and the corridors filled with the kind of bone-deep chill that made you understand why wizards had invented warming charms. Harry barely noticed. He was too busy watching a man unravel. Quirrell was getting worse. The stutter had intensified. The turban, once merely eccentric, now seemed to pulse with a faint, sickly light that only Harry could see, or maybe only Harry was looking. In class, Quirrell's hands shook so badly he could barely hold chalk, and twice in the past week he'd stopped mid-sentence, pressed his palm against the back of his head, and gone silent for 10, 15, 20 seconds while the class stared. "Migraine," he'd said both times, smiling weakly. "So sorry." Where were we? Harry's scar burned every time. Not the low prickle of September, this was sharper, hotter, more insistent. Like an alarm being turned up by degrees. He'd been practicing with the connection. Late at night, alone in his bed with the curtains drawn, he'd press his fingers to the scar and reach, not toward the dark thing, but around it, like cupping his hands around a candle flame without touching the fire. Hermione had found a reference in Lily's notebooks to something called sympathetic resonance, where two magical signatures that shared a connection could be used to sense each other's state without direct contact. It was dangerous. It was untested. Harry did it anyway. What he felt was hunger. Not his own, a vast, consuming, desperate hunger that radiated from the fragment in his scar like heat from a furnace. Voldemort was starving. Whatever existence he'd carved out inside Quirrell's skull, it was failing. The host body was deteriorating. The parasitic arrangement was burning through Quirrell like a fire through dry wood, and the thing on the back of his head knew it. The stone. It needed the stone. And soon. Harry told his friends. He told McGonagal. He told Sirius. McGonagal had listened with her lips pressed into a line so thin they nearly disappeared. Then she'd said, "I will increase patrols on the third-floor corridor. Discreetly. If Quirrell is compromised, we cannot afford to alert him." Sirius, still gaunt but improving daily under Pomfrey's regime of potions and aggressive nutrition, had reacted differently. He'd gone very still, the way a dog goes still when it scents danger, and his grey eyes had turned hard. "You're not going near that corridor," Sirius said. "I might have to. Over my dead body. That's not funny. It's not meant to be. Harry, I've only just got you. I am not losing you to that snake-faced bastard because you've decided you're the only person who can stop him. I'm not the only person. But I might be the best person. The protection in my blood, Mum's magic, it's the one thing Voldemort can't counter. If he makes a move for the stone and someone has to stop him, then it should be an adult. Dumbledore. Me. Anyone with more than 4 months of magical education. Dumbledore's defenses are designed for someone who doesn't want to use the stone. I qualify. Dumbledore might. You might. But Quirrell definitely doesn't, and neither does Voldemort. The mirror won't give it to them. Sirius had stared at him, jaw working, and Harry had seen the war playing out behind his eyes, the fierce protectiveness of a godfather, the reluctant respect for the logic, the sickening echo of another night when he'd been too late to save someone he loved. "If it comes to it," Sirius said finally, "you don't go alone." "I won't." "Promise me." "I promise." It was a promise Harry intended to keep. But life, he was learning, had a way of keeping its own schedule. The thing about waiting for an enemy to move is that you can't actually make them do it. Quirrell attended classes, ate meals, maintained the performance of terrified incompetence that Harry now understood was exactly that, a performance. Behind the stammer and the garlic and the flinching, there was a mind at work, probing, calculating, waiting for the precise alignment of circumstances that would let it strike. So Harry used the time. Every day was a brick in the wall he was building. He trained. Not just classwork, real training, pulling from his mother's notebooks. Hermione helped him decode Lily's theoretical framework and translate it into practical exercises. The sacrificial protection wasn't a passive shield, Lily had written. It was a living defense system, capable of being consciously directed by the person it protected. But it required understanding. Like a muscle, it had to be exercised to grow strong. Harry exercised it. In the room of requirement, which Neville had discovered accidentally while looking for a bathroom and which turned out to be a magical room that became whatever you needed, Harry practiced channeling his mother's magic. It started as just the warmth in his chest. With focus, he could move it, up through his shoulders, down his arms, out through his palms. It didn't manifest as light the way it had during the sorting, that had been uncontrolled, explosive, fueled by the sorting hat's intrusion. This was different. Gentler. A warmth that he could push outward like an invisible hand. When he pushed it toward Ron, Ron shivered pleasantly and said he felt like he'd just drunk hot chocolate. When he pushed it toward Hermione, the book she was holding glowed faintly and the page she'd been struggling with suddenly made perfect sense. When he pushed it toward Neville, the plant Neville was holding burst into bloom. It responds to what people need, Hermione said, scribbling furiously. Not what they want. What they need. Ron needed warmth. I needed clarity. Neville needed growth. What does it do for me? Harry asked. Try directing it inward. Toward the scar. Harry closed his eyes. Drew the warmth up through his chest, up his neck, to his forehead. Pushed it toward the scar. The reaction was immediate and violent. The dark thing recoiled. Harry felt it, a spasm of something cold and alien shrinking away from the warmth, retreating deeper into whatever crevice it occupied. And for a split second, the connection to Quirrell blazed open like a door thrown wide, and Harry felt everything, Voldemort's fury, Quirrell's terror, the desperate, consuming hunger for the stone, before the warmth closed around the connection like a fist and squeezed it shut. Harry opened his eyes. His friends were staring at him. "The warmth hurts the fragment," he said, breathing hard. It pushed it back. And when it did, the connection to Voldemort opened up, like a window. I could see through it. Could he see through it the other way? Ron asked sharply. I don't think so. The warmth was blocking. It was like I could look out, but he couldn't look in. Hermione's quill was a blur. One-directional sympathetic resonance modulated by protective enchantment. Your mum was a genius. She built a weapon and a shield into the same piece of magic. Can you control it? Neville asked. Push the fragment back whenever you want. I think so. With practice. Then practice, Neville said. Because I don't think we have much time. He was right. They had 12 days. November 18th was a Sunday. Harry woke at dawn to a scar that felt like it was on fire. He bolted upright. The dormitory was dark, Ron snoring, Neville murmuring, everything normal, except the pain. It wasn't the sharp spike of Quirrell's classroom or the burning pulse of practice sessions. This was sustained, blaring, a continuous scream of alarm that lit up his nervous system like a Christmas tree. He's moving. Tonight. Now. Harry threw off the covers. His wand was under his pillow, he'd started sleeping with it there, a habit that said more about his state of mind than any diary entry could. He grabbed it, shoved his feet into shoes, and shook Ron's shoulder. Ron! Wake up! It's happening. Ron went from asleep to alert in about 2 seconds, one advantage of growing up in a house with Fred and George. Now. My scar. It's screaming. Voldemort's going for the stone. Ron was up, dressed, wand in hand before Harry finished the sentence. They woke Neville, who came awake with the quiet efficiency of someone who'd been half expecting this, and the three of them crept down to the common room. Hermione was already there. She sat by the fire in her dressing gown, surrounded by parchment, her wand in her lap. She looked up when they descended and her expression was grim. The monitoring charm triggered 20 minutes ago, she said. Quirrell left his chambers at 4:12 a.m. He went to the third-floor corridor. He hasn't come out. 20 minutes, Harry said. He's already through the first defense. Probably through several. The Cerberus can be put to sleep with music, Hagrid let that slip weeks ago, and I'd bet anything Quirrell knew it too. Sprout's Devil's Snare is only dangerous if you panic. Flitwick's Challenge is some kind of flying key puzzle, clever but not insurmountable for someone who can fly. We need to go. Now. Harry. Hermione stood. We need to tell someone. There's no time. If Quirrell gets through the defenses and reaches the mirror won't give him the stone. You said so yourself. Dumbledore said so. Dumbledore also said the blood wards at Privet Drive were essential, and he was wrong about that too. I'm not betting my life on Dumbledore being right about anything. Hermione bit her lip. Then she nodded. I've already sent a message to McGonagal. A charmed note, it'll find her wherever she is. But it might take time. Neville, what about the living ward? Neville pulled something from his pocket, a small cloth bag that wriggled slightly. 3 weeks ahead of schedule. It's not at full strength, but Sprout and I got the core plants established. I've got seedlings. If I can plant them around the corridor, do it. Set the ward around the entrance to the 3rd floor. If Voldemort tries to come back out, I want something between him and the rest of the school. Neville nodded and took off at a run, moving with a sure-footedness that the fumbling boy of September would never have managed. Harry, Ron, and Hermione went the other way. The castle was dark and silent at this hour, the corridors empty, the portraits sleeping. Their footsteps echoed on stone. Harry's scar throbbed with every heartbeat, a compass needle pointing toward the thing it was connected to. They reached the third-floor corridor. The door was ajar. From behind it came the sound of deep, rumbling snoring, the Cerberus, asleep. Quirrell had enchanted a harp to play itself, and its tinkling melody drifted through the crack like a lullaby from hell. Past the dog, Harry whispered. Down the trapdoor. Devil's snare below. Then the keys, then whatever else is down there. I'll handle the devil's snare, Hermione said. I've memorized the counter. And if there's chess? Harry looked at Ron. Ron's jaw was set, his freckles standing out against pale skin. If there's chess, I play. They pushed through the door. The three-headed dog filled most of the room, massive, stinking, all three heads lolling in enchanted sleep, strings of drool pooling on the floor. The harp played on, tinny and relentless. Harry located the trapdoor under one enormous paw, and they eased it open, trying not to gag on the smell. Below was darkness. Jump, Harry said, and jumped. He landed on something soft and immediately felt it move. Tendrils of devil's snare coiled around his legs, his arms, pulling him down into its mass. Ron landed beside him, swearing, and the plant grabbed him too. Don't struggle. Hermione shouted from above, and then she jumped, landed, and immediately raised her wand. Lumos Solum. Brilliant white light blazed from her wand tip. The devil's snare recoiled like a burned hand, releasing them all, retreating into the shadows. They dropped through to a stone floor below. Thanks, Ron gasped. You're welcome. Next. The next room was full of flying keys. Hundreds of them, jewel-bright, buzzing around the ceiling like a swarm of metallic birds. An old broomstick leaned against the wall. Across the room, a locked door. We need the right key, Hermione said. It'll match the lock, probably large, old-fashioned, silver. Harry was already on the broom. It was an ancient shooting star, sluggish and unresponsive compared to what he imagined a good broom felt like, but it flew, and Harry had never been on a broom before, and the moment he kicked off the ground, something happened. He was good at this. Not good, brilliant. The broom responded to his thoughts, his weight shifts, his intent. He rocketed upward into the cloud of keys and it was like the world made sense for the first time, speed and direction and the pure, electric joy of flight. The keys darted around him, evasive, but Harry's seeker instincts he didn't even know he had, locked onto the right one immediately. Large, old-fashioned, silver, with a bent wing where someone had already caught and released it. He snatched it out of the air on the first pass. 30 seconds. Ron and Hermione stared at him as he landed. You've never been on a broom before, Ron said. Nope. That was the most natural flying I've ever seen. And my brother plays professional Quidditch. Can we discuss my athletic career later? Door. The key fit. They pushed through into the next room and found themselves on the edge of a giant chessboard. The pieces were massive, stone, taller than Ron, armed with swords and maces and the blank, pitiless expressions of things that would hurt you because that was what they were for. White pieces lined up on the far side. Black pieces stood ready on the near side. Ron walked forward. He studied the board with the focused intensity Harry had seen 100 times across a common room chess table, and the nervousness that had been tightening his face since the dormitory fell away, replaced by something harder and more certain. I play, Ron said. Ron, these pieces are, I play. He pointed. Harry, take the bishop's square. Hermione, you're the castle on the left. I'm the knight. They took their positions. The game began. Ron played the way he always played, aggressively, sacrificially, thinking 5 moves ahead while the white pieces smashed the black ones with brutal efficiency. Stone shattered and flew. Each capture was violent. Harry flinched at the first one, a black pawn crushed by a white rook, but Ron didn't flinch. His eyes were on the whole board, seeing patterns, anticipating traps, making moves that seemed suicidal until, 3 turns later, they revealed themselves as genius. The game tightened. The White Queen was devastating, she'd taken 4 pieces and was prowling the board like a predator. Ron's strategy was becoming clear, he was funneling the white pieces into a position where Harry, the bishop, had a clear diagonal to the White King. But the path required a sacrifice. "Ron," Harry said, because he could see it. "No. It's the only move. There has to be another." "There isn't. I've looked. This is it." Ron's jaw was set, his face pale but steady. "When I move, the Queen takes me. That opens the diagonal. You take the king. Game over." "Ron, Harry. It's chess. It's what I'm good at. Let me be good at it." Ron moved. The White Queen turned. She crossed the board with terrible speed and struck, and Ron was thrown from his square, hitting the stone wall with a crack that made Harry's blood freeze. He slid to the ground and didn't move. "Ron!" Hermione screamed. "Don't move!" Harry roared. "You move and we forfeit." Harry stepped forward. Diagonal. 3 squares. The White King stood before him, massive and immobile. "Checkmate," Harry said. The king's stone sword clattered to the ground. The remaining white pieces dragged themselves to the sides of the board. The door behind the king swung open. Harry ran to Ron. The redhead was unconscious, a lump forming on the side of his head, but he was breathing, and when Harry pressed his fingers to Ron's neck, the pulse was strong. "He's alive." "Hermione, stay with him." "Harry, I can't let you go alone, someone has to stay with Ron. And someone has to be here when McGonagal arrives to show her the way." He gripped her hand. "You're the smartest person I know. Use it." Hermione's eyes were bright with tears, but she nodded. "Be careful. Please. Be so bloody careful." "I will." He went through the door. The next room was Snape's. A table of potions, 7 bottles in a line, and a scroll of logic puzzle. Flames blocked both the forward and backward doors, purple ahead, black behind. Harry read the puzzle, solved it in 2 minutes, Hermione would have done it in 30 seconds, he thought, and drank the smallest bottle. Ice flooded his veins. He walked through the purple flames. And into the final chamber. The mirror of Eriste stood in the center of the room, taller than Harry, its gold frame ornate and ancient. The inscription across the top, Eriste stra eru oit ube kafru oit anwosi, glinted in the torchlight. In front of the mirror stood Quirrell. No turban. For the first time, his head was bare, and Harry could see why he'd covered it. The back of Quirrell's skull was wrong. The skin was stretched and distorted, bulging outward, as if something beneath it was pressing to get out. Quirrell stood with his back to Harry, staring into the mirror, his hands clawing at the frame. "I see the stone," Quirrell muttered. "I see myself holding it. But I can't reach it, use the boy," said a voice. Harry's scar exploded. The pain was beyond anything he'd felt before, white-hot, blinding, a supernova behind his eyes. He staggered, and the sound of it, his gasp, his foot scraping stone, made Quirrell spin around. "Potter." Quirrell's face was different without the turban. Harder. The stutter was gone, stripped away like a mask. "How fortunate." "Let me speak to him," said the voice. "Let me see him." "Master, you are not strong enough, I am strong enough for this." Quirrell reached up and began unwinding the remaining wrappings at the back of his head. Slowly, the cloth fell away, and Harry saw what lived underneath. A face. Chalk white, with slitted red eyes and nostrils like a snake's. It pressed outward from the back of Quirrell's skull, a parasite fused to its host, and when it spoke, its lips moved against Quirrell's skin. "Harry Potter," said Lord Voldemort. "We meet again." The pain in Harry's scar was constant now, a ringing wall of agony. But beneath it, underneath it, Harry felt the warmth. His mother's magic, awakened by proximity to the thing that had killed her, rising in his blood like a tide. "You killed my parents," Harry said. "Your mother needn't have died. She was trying to protect you. Foolish woman. If she'd stood aside, she died to save me. And you couldn't touch me after that. Couldn't even stay alive." Voldemort's red eyes narrowed. Brave words for a boy standing alone. "I'm not alone." And he wasn't. The warmth was blazing now, not just in his chest but everywhere, in every cell, singing through his blood. His mother's magic, alive and dynamic and growing, just like her notebook said. It didn't need a wand. It didn't need an incantation. It needed only what it had always needed, love, fierce and stubborn and absolutely unwilling to let death have the last word. "Get the stone," Voldemort hissed. "Look in the mirror, boy. Get the stone and I will let you live. I will bring your parents back. The stone can do that. The elixir of life, my parents don't need bringing back. My mum's already here." Harry looked in the mirror. He'd braced himself for desire, for images of his parents, alive and whole, the family he'd never had. Dumbledore had said the mirror showed your deepest desire, and Harry had feared what that meant. But when he looked, he didn't see his parents. He didn't see himself rich or powerful or famous or safe. He saw himself exactly as he was, 11, thin, scarred, standing in a dungeon facing the darkest wizard in history, and in the mirror, his reflection smiled and reached into its pocket and pulled out a blood-red stone and winked. Harry felt something drop into his real pocket. Heavy. Warm. The stone. The mirror had given it to him because he didn't want to use it. He wanted to protect it. And protecting, not possessing, not exploiting, but protecting, was enough. "What do you see?" Voldemort demanded. "Tell me what you see." "I see myself winning a Quidditch match," Harry said. "Sorry. Liar. Quirrell, seize him." Quirrell lunged. His hands closed around Harry's throat, and for one terrible second, the world was nothing but pressure and pain and the frantic hammering of his own heart. Then the warmth detonated. It wasn't golden light this time, not the spectacular display of the sorting night. It was something deeper, fiercer, more fundamental. Wherever Quirrell's skin touched Harry's, it burned. Not Harry, Quirrell. The professor screamed and reeled back, and his hands were blistering, smoking, the flesh turning to ash where it had made contact. "What is this?" Voldemort shrieked. "Love," Harry said. He hadn't planned to say it. The word just came, pulled from somewhere deep, somewhere true. "It's love. And you can't touch it." He stepped forward. Quirrell stumbled back, clutching his ruined hands. Harry reached out, not with a wand, not with a spell, but with his bare hand, his mother's magic singing in his skin, and pressed his palm against Quirrell's face. The scream that followed was inhuman. Quirrell's flesh crumbled like paper in a fire, blackening, flaking, disintegrating under Harry's touch. The man collapsed, writhing, and from the ruin of his body, something dark and shapeless rose, a shadow, a wraith, a thing of smoke and malice with red eyes that burned with hatred. Voldemort's spirit hung in the air for one eternal second, staring at Harry with those terrible eyes. And Harry stared back, and he was not afraid. "You'll never be free of me, boy," Voldemort hissed. "I am in your blood. In your scar. You carry a piece of me wherever you go." "I know," Harry said. "And my mum's magic has been eating it alive since September. How much of you is left, Tom?" How much of that fragment is still there? Because I can feel it shrinking. Every time I push the warmth toward it, it gets smaller. My mum built a weapon that works from the inside, and it's been destroying you piece by piece since the moment the Sorting Hat woke it up. The Wraith recoiled. For the first time, something other than hatred crossed those spectral features. Fear. This isn't over, Voldemort spat. No, Harry agreed. But next time, I'll be ready. And I won't be 11. The Wraith screamed, a sound like tearing metal, like the death of something that refused to die, and fled. It tore through the chamber like a black wind, through the walls, through the stone, through the wards, gone. Somewhere far away, in a forest or a ruin or a dark corner of a dark country, the remnant of Tom Riddle would lick its wounds and rage and begin to plan. But not today. Today, it ran. Harry stood in the chamber. His legs gave out. He sat down hard on the stone floor, the Philosopher's Stone in his pocket, his mother's warmth fading to a gentle hum, and the adrenaline drained out of him like water from a cracked cup. On the floor, Quirrell's body was still. The man was dead, burned from the inside by a protection he'd been told didn't exist. Harry looked at him and felt, beneath the exhaustion, a flicker of something unexpected. Pity. Quirrell hadn't been evil. He'd been weak, and frightened, and had made the worst possible bargain with the worst possible being, and it had consumed him. Another casualty of Voldemort's war. Another life wasted because a man chose fear over courage. Footsteps. Running. Harry looked up. Dumbledore burst through the purple flames, wand drawn, robes flying, looking more like a warrior and less like a grandfather than Harry had ever seen him. Behind him came McGonagal, then Snape, then, moving faster than any of them despite his wasted frame, Sirius, wild-eyed and snarling, a borrowed wand in his hand. Dumbledore took in the scene in a single glance, Quirrell's body, the mirror, Harry on the floor. His wand lowered. Harry. Are you hurt? I'm fine. Voldemort's gone. He fled. Spirit form. Harry reached into his pocket and held up the stone. This should probably go back to Flammel. Dumbledore looked at the stone, then at Harry, and his expression was one Harry had never seen on the old wizard's face before, humility. Yes, Dumbledore said quietly. I believe it should. Sirius reached Harry first, dropping to his knees, his hands running over Harry's face, his arms, checking for damage with the frantic thoroughness of a man who'd already lost too much. You promised you wouldn't go alone, Sirius said, and his voice was ragged. I had Ron and Hermione until the last room. And Neville held the corridor. I wasn't alone, Sirius. I've never been alone. Sirius pulled him into a hug that was all bones and desperation and love, and Harry hugged him back, and over Sirius's shoulder, he saw Snape standing very still, looking at Quirrell's body, looking at Harry, and the expression on the potion's master's face was something Harry would think about for a long time afterward. It was, unmistakably, respect. Ron's hurt, Harry said, pulling back. The chess room. He sacrificed himself to get me through. McGonagal was already moving. Severus, with me. Albus, summon Poppy. Snape swept past without a word, following McGonagal back through the flames. Dumbledore conjured a silver Patronus, a phoenix, blazing and beautiful, and sent it streaking upward through the castle. They found Ron where Harry had left him, with Hermione holding his hand and talking to him in a low, steady stream of consciousness, spell theory, mostly, which was very Hermione. Ron was still unconscious but stirring, and when Pomfrey arrived minutes later, she pronounced his injuries painful but not serious. Concussion. Bruised ribs. He'll be fine after a night in the hospital wing and a truly heroic amount of chocolate. He'd like that, Harry said. They found Neville on the third-floor corridor, sitting in the middle of a ring of plants that pulsed with faint green light. The living ward. Incomplete, immature, but functioning, a circle of magical vegetation that hummed with protective energy. Did it work? Neville asked, climbing to his feet. He was covered in soil and there were leaves in his hair and he looked absurdly pleased with himself. It worked, Harry said. All of it worked. You were brilliant. I grew some plants. You held the line. Neville's face broke into a grin that transformed him entirely. The shy, uncertain boy was gone, replaced by someone who knew, finally and completely, what he was made of. Dawn was breaking by the time they were all in the hospital wing. Ron had woken up and demanded to know the final score. Hermione was writing a chronological account of the night's events, for the record. Neville was repotting a seedling that had come loose during the excitement. Sirius sat in a chair by Harry's bed, refusing to leave, his borrowed wand across his knees. McGonagal stood at the door, speaking quietly with Dumbledore. Harry couldn't hear them, but he could read their body language, McGonagal firm, Dumbledore nodding, a conversation between two people renegotiating the terms of a relationship that would never be what it was. Eventually, Dumbledore approached Harry's bed. A word, Harry. With witnesses present, of course. Of course. Dumbledore conjured a chair and sat. He looked old. He looked real. He looked like a man who'd run out of masks and was sitting with his bare face for the first time in decades. Nicholas and I have spoken, Dumbledore said. The stone will be destroyed. Harry's eyebrows rose. Flamel agreed to that. Nicholas is 665 years old. He and Perenelle have lived more than enough. They have enough elixir stored for a period of settling their affairs, and then, Dumbledore spread his hands. They will die. As all things should, eventually. That's brave of them. It is the bravest thing I've ever seen. Braver, in some ways, than facing Voldemort. Choosing death when immortality is in your grasp, that requires a kind of courage I'm not sure I possess. Harry looked at him steadily. Is that why you've held on to power for so long? Because letting go felt like dying? The question landed with surgical precision. Dumbledore's breath caught. Yes, he said. I think it is. Then maybe it's time to be brave. Dumbledore was silent for a long moment. Then he reached into his robes and produced a folded parchment. This is my formal resignation from the positions of Chief Warlock and Supreme Mugwump. I submitted it to the Wisengamot this morning. And Headmaster. I would like to remain, if the board and the students will have me. Not as the man I was. As someone trying to be better. He looked at Harry with those blue eyes, no twinkle, no calculation, just a weary, genuine hope. I'm too old to change completely, Harry. But I'm not too old to try. Harry considered this. He thought about everything Dumbledore had done, the sealed will, the cupboard, the stolen trial, the decade of manipulation. He thought about Sirius's wasted years and Neville's parentless childhood and his own scarred, stunted boyhood. He thought about the man in front of him, who had done terrible things for reasons he believed were right, and who was now, slowly and painfully, confronting the possibility that belief wasn't enough. You don't need my forgiveness, Harry said. But you've got my attention. And that's where it starts. Dumbledore nodded. He rose, inclined his head to Sirius, who returned the nod with visible reluctance, and walked out of the hospital wing with the measured steps of a man beginning a very long journey. The days that followed were strange and good. The prophet ran the story, of course. Philosopher's Stone destroyed, Dark Lord repelled by boy who lived, Hogwarts students battle through enchanted defenses. Rita Skeeter's version was sensationalized to the point of absurdity, but the core facts were accurate, and the public response was immediate. Harry Potter was no longer just a symbol. He was a person who'd done a thing, a real thing, and done it with his friends at his side. Ron milked his injuries for approximately 3 weeks of extra dessert. Hermione published a paper in the Hogwarts Academic Journal on sympathetic magical resonance that made Flitwick weep with joy. Neville received a letter from his grandmother that consisted of 2 words, well done. He framed it. Sirius got stronger. Day by day, under Pomfrey's care and the steady nourishment of freedom and purpose, the skeletal wraith of Azkaban was replaced by someone who resembled, more and more, the man in James Potter's photographs. He laughed more. He ate enormous quantities of everything. He told Harry stories about James and Lily and Remus, always Remus, with a particular quality of voice that Harry filed away for future investigation, and slowly, carefully, they built the relationship that had been stolen from them. The guardianship paperwork went through on December 1st. Harry James Potter, ward of Sirius Black. Legal. Official. Done. You don't have to go back, Sirius said, when the owl arrived with the documents. Not to them. Not ever. Harry held the parchment and felt something shift, a weight he'd been carrying so long he'd forgotten it was there, lifting, dissolving, gone. Where will we live? Harry asked. Your mum mentioned a place in her letter. Tai Serig. The Potter house in Wales. Bloodkeed wards. I thought we could fix it up over the summer. Make it ours. Ours, Harry repeated. The word felt new. Good. Terrifying. Ours, Sirius confirmed. Yours, mine, and anyone else who needs a home. I was thinking we could invite Remus. He's been alone too long. And your friends are welcome anytime, the Weasleys, Hermione, Neville. Your mum always wanted a full house. Harry smiled. She'd have loved this. She'd have been furious it took so long. And then she'd have made everyone dinner and yelled at me for putting my feet on the furniture. I'll yell at you for her. Deal. The last day of term came on a bright December morning, the grounds blanketed in snow, the castle draped in fairy lights. Harry stood at the window of the Gryffindor common room and looked out at the white world and thought about how much had changed since September. He'd arrived a frightened boy in oversized clothes, knowing nothing about magic, nothing about his family, nothing about himself. He was leaving as something else entirely. Not a hero, he hated that word. Something simpler and harder to name. A boy who knew who he was. Who'd chosen his own path. Who'd been lied to by the most powerful wizard in Britain and had survived not by being more powerful, but by being more honest. Who'd faced the darkest magic in existence and beaten it with the oldest magic in existence, and who understood, finally, what his mother had known all along. Love wasn't weakness. It wasn't sentimentality. It wasn't the soft, easy thing that people who'd never fought for anything dismissed it as. Love was the hardest magic there was, harder than Horcruxes, harder than prophecies, harder than the intricate manipulations of old men who thought they knew better. Love was choosing someone else's life over your own. It was sleeping in a chair by a hospital bed. It was growing a ring of plants in a dark corridor at 4 a.m. It was sacrificing yourself on a chessboard so your friend could move forward. It was researching for hours in a cold library because knowledge was the best protection you could offer. Love was what Lily Potter had built into her son's blood, and it was alive, and it was growing, and Voldemort had no idea what was coming. Ron appeared at his shoulder. Train's in an hour. You ready? Yeah. Weird question. Feels like I should be asking, are you okay, or, how do you feel about the existential implications of your ongoing magical conflict with an immortal Dark Lord, but honestly, I'm just wondering if you want to play chess on the train. I'd love to play chess on the train. Brilliant. I'll destroy you. You always do. They walked out of Gryffindor Tower together, Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Neville, for first years who'd entered Hogwarts as strangers and were leaving as something closer to family. The castle hummed around them, ancient and patient, keeping its secrets and its promises in equal measure. At the front gates, Sirius waited. He wore new robes that fit, and he'd cut his hair, and he looked, not healthy, not yet, but alive. Genuinely, vibrantly alive. He grinned when he saw Harry, and the grin was blinding. Ready to go home? Sirius asked. Harry looked back at Hogwarts, the towers, the lake, the grounds where he'd learned to fly and fight and think and love. Then he looked at Sirius, at his friends, at the future stretching out ahead of him, uncertain and dangerous and full of possibility. "Yeah," Harry said. "I'm ready." He stepped through the gates and into the winter sunlight, and behind him, in the warmth that lived in his chest, something pulsed, steady, strong, eternal. His mother's love. His father's courage. His own choices, made freely, for the first time. The lies were exposed. The truth was loose. The war was coming. But Harry Potter was not afraid. He had never been just the boy who lived. He was the boy who chose.